anonymous feature. And there's a link on your profile that you can click to see who has viewed your profile.
If I view your profile like 10 times in a row, are you going to see I clicked on you 10 times in a row? Is that
No, you're just going to bump to the top of the list every time you do it.
Oh,
But
okay.
but here's the thing, that feature honestly is really quite useless, because if you go into a room and you react to something that somebody said, you show up as having viewed their profile. If you go into a room and the host or one of the moderators invites you on stage, that's going to show as a view on your profile. So it's not really, they're not like true real life views, so to say. So
Right.
that feature is pretty,
And
it's pretty useless.
and I actually just signed up for the trial so I could pay attention to secretly pay attention to the drama between Pepe and JB, and I already canceled my trial, so mine will go away in like a day or two.
Yeah, that's why I signed up too, because I kept getting pinged last week in a room that Pepe was hosting, and they were like, "Yeah, they're talking about you and JB. You got to come in." And I was going to ignore it, but I received 4 or 5 pings and a back channel, so I said, "Okay, let me sign up for the free trial so I can go in here and see what the eunuchs and the peasants and the bootlickers are talking about." I actually kind of like it. I might keep it past the free trial because it allows me to scroll. What I don't like is when you're scrolling through the hall and you're automatically
You're showing the rooms. That's exactly what I use it for.
Through, I don't want people to think I'm spying on the room. I'm literally just scrolling through just to see what's in the hallway. I'm liking that I can scroll anonymously. So I might.
Yeah, I've almost completely quit going to the hallway. Like, I just go to the friend bubble in your chat section to try and find rooms. But like, if I can't find anybody, I will go into anonymous to scroll, because it does, as you're listening to the room, it shows you in the audience of that room. And there are just some rooms that, like, I don't want my profile even in those rooms, So that's the primary reason that I keep it, because if I have to be in the hallway to find something, then I can do it anonymously.
To be honest, I don't know what this would entail, but
hello, Molly.
Oh, here we go.
Good morning, John. Who keeps...
That time I didn't look them up because I didn't know that was the same person. So now I know. My bad. Next time, that's my fault. Okay, I recognize you now, John. J-O-H-N. You're not coming back up this time.
All right, I think we had 3 people come off mic or 3 or 4. I think it was Sean, Anthony, Certainty, and Mike. So who wants to go first?
Oh, Anthony was trying to say something. What's up, Anthony? How you doing?
Hey, good morning, you guys. I was having technical difficulties before when I came in the room. Whenever I came off mic, I couldn't speak. I just updated the app, and it seems to be working. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yeah. You have an Android, don't you? Go Android. You do.
Yeah, I do have an Android.
That was a bug, bro. It wasn't working yesterday. Yeah, it's okay.
I don't know. Yeah, I wasn't on the app at all yesterday. So, I was on the app, but I was in, anonymous mode, so I wasn't speaking on stage. And it was only briefly. But then this morning, trying to, talk, it just wasn't working. So, but yeah, I'm back in effect, man. Good to see you guys. Some of my favorite people in the app. Also some weird people, but what you gonna do?
Takes all kinds to make the world go round.
Yes, ma'am. Like, it's just, it's just odd, like, out of nowhere, But yeah, if you sit by the river long enough, you'll see the bodies of your enemies floating by.
This is true.
Yeah, Anthony, over 24 hours, Android was broken in Clubhouse. You couldn't use the app at all except for texting. You could not speak, no way, shape, or form. Not speakerphone, nothing. The mic just was not working. That was a big deal. I know that there was a room. There's a room. I actually came across a room. I don't know how I'm following the house, but I got invited to it. It's an Indian house from India. Not Indian, not Native American. Anyway, there was was 4.6K people in that room. I mean, I have not seen that many people in a room, but I was thinking about like a good half of those guys are Android users. Like half of the world is Android. So I was going, geez, there's a lot of people that are not able to use this app right now. So we were all sending messages in. Beth, what were you saying that you found out at Clubhouse? How many reports were there that went through like just yesterday alone? Like over 2,000? Is that what you were saying, Beth? I don't know if Beth's still good. She might be doing something. But anyway, yeah, it was a big deal for the app because half the users couldn't use the app.
Sean, how
Hey,
many people did you say
Steve,
were in
good
the
morning.
room?
4.6K.
That's a regular.
No.
That's a regular occurrence. Yeah, that's a regular occurrence over there. There's a whole other side of Clubhouse that their rooms just get completely bombarded. But I did want to say hey and good morning to Steve for a minute and just wish him a happy win.
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, ladies. Good morning, gentlemen. Happy hump.
Yeah, this
Pumping day in the muff.
I cannot. I am at work, but thank you.
So I didn't know this yesterday, guys. Maybe y'all knew this because I know somebody mentioned it in the room, but I didn't realize until late last night when my editor sent me the story that Cracker Barrel allegedly has buried the new logo after backlash and they're returning to the old logo. Is this true?
Yes, I heard that this morning.
This is craziness.
Oh, that's the ultimate egg in the face, isn't it, for a CEO?
Yes,
Can you
it
imagine?
is.
Oh,
Oh my
that's hard
gosh.
to deal with. Oof.
He doesn't have much longer at that position, not after that. Like it's that's the ultimate slap,
Yeah.
It's crazy. It really is crazy. But like Bud Light, New Coke, this Cracker Barrel, debacle. Like why? I just don't understand who convinces them that this is a good idea. It's just so odd to me.
No, I
So-called
agree with you.
fringe progressives who claim the rest of us are offended by everything, just like when they got rid of the Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben. Nobody was complaining about Aunt Jemima logo and the Uncle Ben's logo. Especially nobody in the black community. Nobody cared. But the media and the fringe progressives convinced everybody else that black folks demanded this, and now that you won't find a single black person who was pressed about Uncle Ben's and Aunt Jemima. Then I read earlier this week on Twitter, I don't know how much this is true, I was reading comments on Twitter that said they changed the logo because of black people too. And I'm like, y'all just making stuff up now. I used to, I waited tables for 10 years when I was in my late teens, early 20s, right? And up until mid-20s. Cracker Barrel in the Midwest is one of the restaurants I worked at for a couple years. Now, I guess it depends on where you are, but here where we are, and I know maybe a lot of Southern blacks might agree, black folks love Cracker Barrel. So nobody was complaining about a Cracker Barrel logo. So y'all hear that? It's lies, okay?
Hey, Nye, speaking of Aunt Jemima, though, a lot of people don't even know this fact. Aunt Jemima literally would be one of the first podcasters ever. She used to actually have a regular show on an AM radio, and she would talk about different recipes, cooking things. She literally had a cooking segment on the radio, like in the 1950s. I'd have to look. Don't quote me on the timing, but if you were to chat GPT and look it up, you'd find it. Actually, a client of mine, their family were good friends with the Aunt Jemima's family. I have pictures. I'm trying to find. I'm gonna have to request them again because there's some amazing historical stuff on that. She's an actually amazing person, and the family's extremely proud of her. And so, yeah, when they wanted to take her face off of it, they were not happy. It was a big deal.
Look at progressive white women.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I'm a conservative person. It is what it is, right? But I think that the straw that broke the camel's back for a lot of people was the wokeness. Like I think that was what was a bridge too far, and I think that the current iteration of the thought leadership in the left party doesn't think it was a problem. I think they're still in denial. and I think that they may need to feel some more pain before they reconsider that stance.
Do you do you think that the wokeness is the reason they changed it though? I mean, I at first it didn't even dawn on me that that was the reason, and I don't know if they've ever officially said that that was the reason. I mean, the logo definitely looks older, and companies definitely modernize their logos as like a lazy way of trying to update their brand, and it happens constantly. And I didn't make that connection until people started saying it. So I feel like potentially that's not why they did it, unless they've ever admitted that's why they did it. I feel like it could have been done. I mean, so poorly so, because the brand meant something, obviously more than they were aware of. But I'm not convinced it was to remove the old white guy like everyone thinks. But I'm not sure. It could be wrong.
It wasn't to remove the old white guy. It was to remove the Cracker Barrel. And by the way, although it's very true, Mike makes a good point, that companies reinvent their logos all the time. Unless you've had the exact same logo for over 50 years, that's a completely different animal.
Oh, like
So
Cracker
wait.
Jacks, for example.
So why did they get rid of the Cracker Barrel then? I mean, first of all, what is a Cracker Barrel? Is it a barrel full of like crackers?
Yes,
Like
that's what it actually was. It was a man, if I'm not mistaken, in a chair, a rocking chair, next to a wooden barrel filled with crackers. Yeah.
I guess I didn't know that crackers came in barrels at any point in time.
Well, I mean, that's part of the heritage thing of how, like, that disappears with these kinds of changes, because not just, like, for one people, but, like, everybody, because that's how they used to ship things. They used to ship food in those kind of barrels.
But here's the deal, too. Okay, you know the shape of the new logo. If they would have made that a very minimalistic, stylized side of a barrel, like a barrel turned on its side, and so they put like the straps on the left and the right of the letters, right? And retain the barrel in a very simplistic, minimalistic, modernized form, I'm not sure people would have hated the logo as much. I don't think people are responding to the loss of the dude. I think they're to how huge the change was and how everything was removed to him. So it was just an ugly fucking yellow patch with bad type. Like, I feel like that's what people responded to, and not the loss of the dude or the barrel. But if they could have made a stylized barrel on its side and just done that, I think they wouldn't have necessarily encountered this.
I have a Sprouts near me. It's right next to my Ralph's. And as was just said, they have one aisle that has about 10 different barrels. And the barrels each have different types of rice, different types of beans, maybe different types of other things. They don't have crackers in them. And quite frankly, in my humble opinion, whatever it's worth, this is not an issue with the old man by a barrel. This is by the name Cracker Barrel. And I do think this is a woke issue. I think it's sorry about the cocoa. This is a woke issue regarding the name and not the picture. And they changed up the picture. They didn't change the name, and now it's back to the way it was. And I think my humble opinion, it's a huge clusterfuck that backfired.
That's an interesting observation, Mike, of yours, because it doesn't the logo, I mean the updated one, it makes the Cracker Barrel thing, makes it look cheap, doesn't it?
It lost all personality.
Yeah.
Like, they removed 100% of personality.
And history. And personality and history.
Yeah, the history is what really makes me...
Yeah, I really think that what I'm saying is potentially the real issue. Like I said, what I'm stand by firmly is that I think if they would have retained the barrel in a slightly more interesting logo, I really think people are responding. I think the cracker and white people versus black people is all just social media bullshit. But I think that the fact that the logo is too simple and fucking ugly and it lost all its character and personality, I think that's why people hate the new logo. And then the people saying it's a racial issue are just kind of like laying that on through the filter of their own glasses, I think. That's what I really think is the true issue.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's funny to say they took the cracker off.
Yeah, exactly. It begs for the joking anyway, right? Like in general, like I get it. Like it couldn't happen to a better company, honestly. It's fine.
Oh, and if you look at the history of Cracker Barrel, it's kept inside that barrel, soda crackers, right? And they used the barrel as the guys gathered around. They used those old barrels to play games on. And they just sat there and, used them. But you should watch some of the YouTubers, the influencers, because they stop at Cracker Barrel as they travel with their RVs, because it's one of the only places off the highway they can pull in and they have RV parking and they're safe and they're good. But man, oh man, they are slamming Cracker Barrel. Left, right, everywhere.
Cracker Barrel is the only place that I can get locally some chicken fried chicken. I love their chicken fried chicken. I need to learn how to make it at home. Or their chicken, or is it the chicken fried chicken and the country fried steak? I need to learn how to make it because that's why I go there.
What
I
is
used
the
to always
difference between
be-
chicken fried chicken and chicken fried? I mean, other than like what?
They're both
what is that?
breaded. They're breaded and they're flattened. One, the steak is flattened and breaded and deep fried. The chicken breast is flattened and breaded and deep fried. And then it's generally served with the gravy, which I don't really use the gravy that much. I don't like that white gravy. And, your sides. And, of course, Cracker Barrel, home of the hash brown, the delicious hash brown casserole, and they have the best lemonade. So, yeah.
See what I miss, Nye? They used to have, you could pick your protein and pick your sides separately. And one of the proteins was fried chicken livers. And they don't have it anymore, and I used to love those when they were cooked right, when they were not overcooked. I still love chicken livers and chicken kidneys. Not kidneys, gizzards and lizards. I still livers. I love that.
I'll tell you, I think during COVID,
Oh my goodness.
Anthony's like, I'm perked up, chicken livers.
Oh, I love chicken livers. I love beef liver too. I went to a diner in Marietta recently because I saw, Marietta Diner, Serendipity. They have beef liver dinner.
I did.
And I went there and I love it. Like I used to have it when I was a kid and I liked it. I don't know, weird.
Mike, you're in the Atlanta area?
Yeah.
That's what's up, man. Now that is what's up. I
There's
go
a
to
bunch of
Marietta
us
Diner
Georgia
all the time.
folks. I'm really starting to feel like Georgia's representing.
You need to,
Seriously,
because
I didn't
Florida
even know
takes
that you
over.
out here. Like, I've met Holly in person, and I had no idea that you were out here as well. That's what's up.
Yep. And
Oh, Anthony, you're in Georgia too?
Yes, sir. I certainly am, man. Certainly am. I go to Marietta Diner on a very regular basis, bro.
I can't believe how big the servings are there. That place is ridiculous. It's also very expensive.
Yes, sir. Yes,
It's very
sir.
expensive to
My
serve.
daughter share.
The managers there, they're so friendly. They're so nice. They always make you feel welcome. You guys ever go to Marietta Fish Market?
It's owned by the same people, yeah. I haven't eaten there though. I gotta say, their style, they're like, as a design guy, their style is horrendous, like in general. It's just hideously ugly. But it's...
Talking about like the branding?
Yeah, the branding, it's dated, right? And their menu is enormous, which I'm always skeptical of restaurants with like 10,000 things on their menu, because I feel like, how can you do 10,000 things right? But to be honest, I've never had bad food there, so they apparently can do 10,000 things right.
That's like the Cheesecake Factory. Oh my God. It's like it's the worst thing for a person with ADHD. It's like going into the candy aisle of the store.
Oh yeah, I hate it.
Up your mind.
I hated it. Marietta Diners are worse too. They have you would not believe this menu is like 30 pages long. It's just fucking ridiculous.
In addition to having like 30 pages. They sometimes have inserts with like different other, items they added.
They add to it. Yeah, and their food is huge. Like when I got the beef liver dinner, dude, each piece of liver was like 12 inches long or more, probably. I'd say 14, 16 inches long. Two of them on a platter that was like the kind where like a Chinese family would serve the entire family on the table with one of these platters. That's how big this was. Like I had lunch 2 days afterwards after eating dinner there. Like I could not believe how much food. But it was also expensive. I mean, a slice of cake there is like $12 or something. I mean, they have amazing cakes, but like one slice like $12. It's super pricey for what it is. I mean, but you get.
Yeah, it's so funny. Like they have that huge cake display, and I've never tried any of their cakes.
Oh, their cakes are amazing.
Good as nobody's business. They look so good.
Oh, they're amazing. Yeah. I'm a big sweets guy, so I can't walk past something like that and not go for it.
Like Marietta Diner is polarizing amongst my friend group. Like some people absolutely hate it, and some people absolutely love it. There's very few in betweens. I like it a lot. I have no problem with it whatsoever. But I have friends that have like this visceral reaction, like they'd have to be held hostage at like 3:00 in the morning and forced to go. That's the only way you're getting them over there.
It's the epitome of like super unhealthy, huge portion, fat person food place. Like it definitely has that vibe, which is probably why people feel that way. But it owns it, right? There used to be another place. Oh, it was a chain restaurant. It's not out. I don't think it exists anymore. Oh, what the fuck was the name of that place? It had like a wagon on the logo, like a wagon train wagon. But it was damn it, I was on top of my tongue. Anyway, it was known for big portions. Like its plates were bigger than Marietta Diner, and it was known for that. It was fucking enormous, and people would go there, and because of the large portions. And I feel like that's what Marietta Diner is. Like to be honest with you, I know this woman who probably weighs 380 pounds or more. She's a friend of mine, and every time we go out for lunch, she wants to go to Marietta Diner. So it made that connection in my head. I was like, oh yeah, because she eats everything she gets, whereas I'm like taking like 2, doggy bags with me.
So I just looked up this Marietta Diner because I'm like, man, that sounds like someplace I want to go. Yeah, the portions are huge. This is my type of spot, but it looks like it's only in Georgia, huh?
Yeah, it's a private family that owns it in Georgia. They own a couple restaurants, and it was on Guy Fieri's Food Whatever show. That thing, it was on there one time too.
It's very kitschy.
It looks delicious. When I first started going there, like it to me reminds me of diners that I grew up around. Like it's very much like the classic diners dine. It never closes. The menu, the menu itself, holding it in your hand. That's the diner menu I grew up with. Like like the large selection. It's like a slice of Americana to me. Like
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
It's like going back in time.
To the diners.
It's like going back to the '80s when you step in there every.
I literally last week received pictures of diners in Brooklyn, some that are still open and some that have since closed. Like it was just so much a part of our like adolescence, young adulthood that people were thoughtful enough to send pictures of diners last week. It was like a little thread amongst friends, and we had whole conversations laughing about memories of these places.
Oh, the restaurant I was thinking of with the gigantic portions was called Claim Jumper. You should Google Claim Jumper and see how big their food was. I don't know if they still exist, but there's probably shit on the internet about them.
Claim Jumper still does exist.
So, do they still have ginormous plates of food?
Yes.
Yeah, you can have frozen stuff from Claim Jumper, like Smart and Final. Some of the stores, like you can find Claim Jumper frozen food.
Yeah, that's
not the same
at all.
At all.
like Boston Market, but then you get their food in the frozen. It was disgusting. I didn't hate Boston Market, but it disappeared. I didn't hate it though.
Remember before that, it was Kenny Rogers Roasters. I swear to God, they ended up taking over that business because it was the same exact business model.
Oh my gosh, I was in a cemetery in Atlanta recently, walking my dog with my dad who's visiting from Seattle, just because I like to walk through cemeteries. They're interesting. And we stumbled upon Kenny Rogers' grave just randomly. I was like, holy fuck, that's Kenny Rogers' grave. Yeah, it's in what's the big I guess Atlanta people. What's the big cemetery that's across the street from 6 Feet Down Under? Or Down Under, that restaurant? You know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about, but I don't know the name of it. I've driven by it a million times. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
it's in the city. It's like
it's known for being like a super famous cemetery. But I didn't know Kenny Rogers was buried there. And yeah, his grave's there. People set little things on top of it. Someone set like little little wireless headphones. I saw sitting on top of it. There's a bunch of random shit on top of it.
I'll tell you, serendipity, that would be a good room to do. I know we were talking about doing a recipe room, but doing a room that showcases restaurants that are in different areas. Yeah.
We could, I mean, the thing of it is there's plenty to expand upon there. You know, it could be a total geek out girl fest. Recipes, restaurants. Because we have enough people from enough variety, a good variety of areas that, like, when you're traveling and stuff, it's kind of nice to hear from locals, like, where are the really must-see places, you know? Because locals are way more informed than anything you're going to pull up on any touristy site.
Yeah, Mike, what's your go-to non-chain restaurant in the Atlanta metro area?
Well, it is a chain, but not very many places, and it's I love that place. There's one.
You cut out. You cut out. Mike. Uh-oh. The audio glitch got in. Mike, you're gonna have to log out and log back in.
Uh-oh. It's Apple's turn. Uh-oh.
I know. Here it goes.
I'll give you one. Mine is to be Umedo, which is a ramen shop in Sewanee, and they actually make their own homemade noodles, and their other location is in Tokyo. Umedo, best ramen in Atlanta.
I checked out after I said it. Did you guys hear what I said?
No.
What did you guys say about it?
You're still in the Matrix, Mike.
We didn't hear the name of the restaurant.
And you're still in the Matrix.
This is not a good representation of Georgia technology.
I'll be honest, like, I know Atlanta is a food city, and there are some fantastic upscale, like, restaurants. But I'm from St. Pete, Florida, and I feel like I feel like St. Pete's actually a really underrated food city. The food in St. Pete, from Vietnamese to old, like, Coney Island hot dog spot that I think sadly closed to, you know, I mean, Biff Burger. I mean, I could just go Pasadena. You have Ted Peters. I mean, there's so much.
I agree.
I'm getting really hungry right now. It's 7:20 a.m. on the West Coast. I'm getting hungry already.
I haven't
something
eaten
like that.
Yeah.
Good morning, Holly. It's good to see you.
Hey, buddy.
Adams, what's up, Adams? I didn't know it was Adams. I'm like, slippers. It's
not. It's slippers.
I will say, keep with the food theme. I will tell you, I've done a lot of international travel. The best food city I have ever been, hands down, is Lima, Peru. Absolutely blown away by the food there. From the little dives to the fancy, I mean, it is incredible food. They actually have the most Michelin star restaurants of any city in the world. But yeah, Lima, Peru, if you ever get a chance, amazing food.
What kind of stuff do they have?
So Lima has an interesting history. So there's a lot of Japanese influence there because there was a lot of Japanese migration way back in the day. So like it's kind of like a South American, Central South American, South American, Japanese, a lot of Japanese influence. It's just very unique. It's very experimental, but man, oh man, is it just incredible. Like the I don't know, just like the ingredients they're using. I've never eaten anywhere where I was just every plate I was just like, holy shit. I mean, amazing.
So Anthony, my favorite place in Atlanta, it's not necessarily it is a chain, but it's only got like 3 locations, I think, and it's owned by a family, so it's not really technically a chain. But it's Taqueria del Sol off Hell Mill Road. I fucking love that place. I love their margaritas. I love their guacamole. Their guac is amazing.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I love good Mexican food.
We do have a lot of good taquerias here. You're right. Like Atlanta does have a lot of good taquerias. Now we also have really good Chinese, better than St. Pete. I will say Atlanta has better Chinese than St. Pete. Like authentic Szechuan kind of cuisine. We have Atlanta hands down.
Do you get the dim sum there as well?
I wish it was a little more common, like dim sum for breakfast kind of deal. Like you don't find that. There's only like a couple places that do it for breakfast, but yeah, we do it.
If you go to, so I'm married to a Chinese woman, and her father owned a Chinese restaurant for his entire career, and if you go to like Buford to Chinatown there, they have two types of food. Like they literally have 2 menus. One's in Chinese, one's in English. There's not the same things on them, and Chinese food in general, like what he makes like all the time for us, is totally different than any Chinese restaurant that I go to. Like there's core dishes that I've never had at Chinese restaurants, like eggs and tomatoes like stewed together, like scrambled egg and tomato stewed together is like one thing they do. And then they do a lot of like pork with wild mushrooms, stuff like that, like chunked pork with wild mushrooms and like broth. But it's not sweet at all, and it's kind of one note. It's kind of boring after you eat a lot of it. I get kind of tired of it, but that's all he really cooks. He doesn't cook anything. Like I have to ask for like orange chicken or something. It's almost like he laughs under his breath and makes it for me, But you can get all that Chinese food in Buford Highway. Like they go there and they're part of like a Chinese group, like a seniors thing, and they make Chinese food for each other, and they also serve it in all those restaurants.
That's so cool.
So if you live in that Chinese area, you can have them.
Yeah, when I go into some of the Chinese grocery stores, like I can't remember the name of it, not Super H Mart, that's Korean, which I like Super H Mart, but like if you go to the Chinese ones that are more like gritty, okay, and they're big, but they're gritty. It really, I used to live in Hong Kong when I was a kid, and it totally brings me back. Like the smell, it just, I mean, it like, I transport back in time, actually. I feel like I'm back in Hong Kong.
Well, what's weird is they're gritty, right? Like you said, but their food is better quality. Like their chicken is like, their chicken tastes so much better. It's like, I can't even explain it. It's like 50% more flavor in like a whole chicken that they'll sell you. So I don't know what they do. They feed it different. I don't know what it is. It's night and day. It's unbelievable the quality difference of their food. Their fish, their beef, all of it is like infinitely fresher and cheaper than the white people stores.
Yeah, their produce, like we love to get produce, stock up on produce at like Super H Mart, for example. They just have better produce. I don't know why. Like, and they have a lot of more obscure, things that you can't get at the regular grocery that we really like. We love Asian food in our house.
Yeah, I should PTR my lunch today actually, because I have leftovers from Chinese dinner at my dad's last night. Here, I'll PTR it. This is my lunch, and this is a straight up Chinese type lunch.
That's cool. You have a Chinese father-in-law. Is he from mainland or is he from like?
He's from Shanghai, and my mother-in-law is from Taiwan. My mother-in-law her dad worked for the Taiwanese government and democracy, the budding democracy, as a governor.
Wow.
But both of them moved to Brazil when they were children, and they were actually an arranged marriage in Brazil. So they speak Portuguese, Chinese, Cantonese, Spanish, Japanese, because my mother-in-law lived in Japan a while. My mother-in-law speaks 9 languages.
Holy
They're
cow.
pretty fucking impressive people.
That's so cool. I still remember how to say 1 through 10. Yatni samse machapakasa. And then I remember my address. Pasapa hong sando. I remember that.
Nice.
So that's about it.
I can speak 1 to 10 in Japanese. Ichi-ni-san-chi-go roku-si chachi-kuju.
That's correct.
That's
I
cool.
took 3 years Japanese in high school and lived there 2 years, so I was fluent at one point.
Taiwan is I really want to go to Taiwan. The food scene there is supposed to be incredible as well, and like much cheaper than Tokyo, for example, but really good.
My answering machine in Japan said moshi moshi watashi san ima sen atade kake ni oshite kudasai domo arigato, which is like, I'm not here right now, please call me later, thank you.
Hey, Holly, I just let my dog out. Yo, who knew it was so cool this morning? Like, yo,
Dude.
actually,
It's cold as fuck.
I had to wear a sweatshirt.
Well, all my sweaters are still packed up, and I didn't have time. I had to go. I'm actually up in Hiawassee right now, but hopefully it warms up a little so I'm not freezing. But yeah, dude, it definitely feels like fall today.
yeah, you like if you ever make it up, you know, like Marietta area, there's a restaurant called Seed, Seed. You got to check it out. Really solid spot, man. You know, great date night spot for you and the wife.
I'll check it out. I live in East Cobb, so I've heard of Seed, actually. I've never eaten it, but I
You
definitely
live in
know it.
East Cobb, and it's up the block for me, bro. Like, that's where it is.
We're gonna do an Atlanta hot happy hour sometime soon. So Mike and Serenity, if y'all, I'll let you know in case y'all want to come. Anthony knows about it, and Craig. I don't know if y'all know Craig. I really like him. He moved here now, so he's cool. Any other Atlanta folks, just text me in the back channel. I'll try to get the word out to do it with me.
Okay, so here's my lunch. If you PTR, this is my lunch today. I have, in the top right is rice and eggplant. In the top left is pork with mushrooms. And in the bottom right is chicken with potatoes and red onions and Chinese chives.
Yummy.
This is a very typical.
That looks
So it's not
delicious.
colorful. It's not colorful, right? And it's kind of one note, but it's super healthy. And so
Yeah, that looks good.
we eat dinner at their house every Tuesday, and then they give me lunch the next day.
I'm so jealous. I'm trying to incorporate fermented food into every meal as much as I can. Like whether it's sauerkraut, kimchi, kefir, I'm trying to do that. I just think I don't know, I think it's going to be better for my stomach. My stomach's been having some issues lately, so I think fermented foods are.
Yeah, I can tell when I eat this food, like even when I poop the next day, it's like proper poop. Like you don't even have to wipe your booty if you proper poop. Like if you know you're healthy, if you don't have to wipe your butt after you poop because there's nothing there. Like, that's amazing, right? And that happens after I eat their food. But then I go and I eat my way for a while, and then it's like a nightmare, and it's half a roll of toilet paper, so I can tell the difference.
Okay, I gotta post food. It's PTR, everyone. This is shrimp and frites right here at a winery. They do a once a month dinner kind of thing where they feature a food with some form of a French fry, and this was a shrimp and frites dish we had. It was so good.
That looks amazing.
Yummy. I have a really bad egg intolerance. I wonder if any of you guys have experienced that, because it's gotten worse and worse as I got older. And I don't like eggs that much anyway, but like yesterday, I ate a spoonful of brownie batter that I was making, and you know, I cracked the eggs in there, not really thinking much about it, but oh my gosh, I mean, it just takes me out.
Yeah, I'll tell you, because in my area, we get a lot of people off Clubhouse that come this way because they're going out on cruise ships. And I'm like, guys, don't go to the restaurants that are at the port. If you have at least 2 hours, get an Uber and go out. Go down to 9th Street filling station. Try some of our local restaurants rather than, actually, the ones at the port are not, they're local, they're not chains, but they are chains, like Mike was saying about the restaurant there in Atlanta. Just have more than one location. But I'm like, no. They're high priced and the food is not that great. Go away from the port. You'll find some good food. I'm actually looking for a chef in Miami for an event that we're gonna, a bunch of people from Clubhouse, we're gonna all meet up, but trying to find a chef to cook for us and have a beach bonfire. Because I can go to fancy schmancy all day long, but I'm like, guys, you're coming to Florida. Might as well have a bonfire on the beach.
I PTR my food again. I just this is when he makes duck. He puts the duck's head on the dish, which I always think is hysterical. This is what his duck dish looks like.
Yeah, a couple years back, I was coaching a guy out of Boise, Idaho, on his Airbnbs. He just got into Airbnbs, and I'm looking at everything he has to offer, and I'm like, dude, you don't have any restaurants. You haven't went out and marketed about your, place, and that you'll help some of the local restaurants. I found more stuff to do and more restaurants that make me want to crave to go to Boise, Idaho. That I'm like, dude, you got to advertise it that way, because there are so many hometown restaurants there that are absolutely look amazing.
Oh, Jennifer said she took Japanese in high school too. I was curious where she went to high school, like what state, because it's not very common to be offered in high school. But I was in Seattle, so they offered it.
Holly, unmic. Let's see if we can hear you. No, we can't hear you.
Uh-oh. You might
That's
need
the
to
third
update.
one down. Third one down.
Is it Apple's turn, Beth? Nice, that'd be funny. That would be funny though.
Hush your filthy pie hole. That audio glitch has actually been going on for a while, and I swear it's because of the previews in the hallway. I think their servers are getting bogged down because they're putting us in and out of rooms as we scroll through.
Does anyone see Joe Armenia come into rooms at all? I haven't seen. I mean, he used to go through rooms, but he may not be going through the rooms that I go through. But he seemed to be the only one in Clubhouse that actually was really using the app. I feel like if they used the app, they would know where the users are coming from. Like, seems like that'd be a smart thing to do.
I feel like I just very recently heard somebody mention that he was in a room that they were in, so he is apparently still bouncing around.
Okay, that's good. I mean, I think so. But it seems like these things would be noticeable, and I don't know. They are from California. Clubhouse is from California, Joe. All of them. I mean, you've been in the town halls. I mean, it sounds like the Valley Girl workshop up at the top when they talk. It's like, oh yeah, so tell us about how it's going in that room with you. Like, sorry. I'm from California, so I'm a talk smack about my California people.
Yeah, no. I found it very weird, the rooms that I feel like they're highlighting in the town halls. They've chosen some really, really interesting character.
I'll say it and I'll say it again. I think the smartest thing that they could do is a town hall where they actually incorporate the town. And specifically, it doesn't have to be all users, but I think they should incorporate the moderators of the rooms. Like they should do a special invitation to the mods of Clubhouse, because the mods have the best feedback for their people and the users that come to their rooms, and they should be talking to the mods. That would be so. Just seems like common sense to me, but I know that common isn't in a sense. We're bringing back common. I think we're starting to get common back in a sense. We're still working on.
No, it's not
I think
back.
this one room, hey Brian, I think this one room, they would really benefit of going into the English speaking room, because the name of their room is Here Was the Room You Were Looking For. You would
Right.
look for.
I've seen that one in the hallway, Beth. Every time it triggers me. I'm like, you need to get that right. Good morning, Brian and Vero. Brian, you were saying something?
No, I was agreeing. There is no common sense, and just keep making the app harder for people to even get into a room. I mean, that's just lovely. Their auto ad feature that they tried to roll out is just a mess. Because now, if I get a phone call and leave this room and have to come back, I'm gonna have to probably open and close the app 4 times to get it to open instead of sit there and spin and quit jumping me from room to room.
Yeah, that functionality is really just completely bogging down. It's making the user experience a lot worse. I can't tell you how many times a day I say, oh, your audio just went out. You're going to have to close the app and come back.
Good morning, Vedro. Monica, what's going on?
Morning. It's chilly this morning in New York, y'all. I think it's 60.
It's chilly here, too. I love it. It's nice. Fall's right around the corner.
Sweater weather? Sweater weather. It's sweater weather.
I know. I had to put on a hoodie this morning. I was so excited.
Football weather. Yeah, it was 72 degrees here this morning. It felt so good.
Yeah, we got football games starting this Friday, so starting at 4 o'clock all the way till 9 p.m. The days of fall start.
It's 72 here now. I'm pretty sure we were down in the 60s this morning. It feels amazing.
Yeah, I know. I want my foot to get better so that I can actually, with this type of weather, I can clean my garages out and get everything organized with my Christmas decorations and get stuff ready.
All the fall stuff. How many here work remotely and use Clubhouse as kind of your work companion throughout the day?
I do. 100%.
Yeah, me too. So I apologize if there's pauses, but sometimes it's like, oh, I gotta go deal with this.
Same here. I have a quota to meet. I have 13 stories to write Monday through Friday by a certain time, and they have to be posted according to LA time, and I'm on Chicago time. So yeah, I treat Clubhouse, especially during this time of the day, like AM radio playing in the background.
Yes, very much so.
I mean, I live remotely, so this is my connection to sanity, besides just, sound of the tractor in my head.
And we're richer for it, Brian.
Well, some people are. Some people hate me.
What? Who hates Brian Bose?
I can't stand
climate alarmist.
this man. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
It must be those GMO
Right.
organic freaks.
I'm gonna block you now. I can't stand your slippers.
All right, we're here for the train wreck. Come on. Keep it going. Y'all, Brian Mose is the person that I had the single most embarrassing exchange with on Clubhouse. I sexually inadvertently, because of autocorrect, accosted him in back channel. I was trying to say don't rat me out because I friended him on my personal Instagram account, not my Clubhouse Instagram account. And autocorrect corrected the word to don't eat me out. I honestly felt so bad. I was like, I need to write his wife an apology letter. Because of course you can't edit your fucking messages on Clubhouse. Ugh. Single most embarrassing moment ever.
Yeah, I love Clubhouse for how many of you really appreciated Clubhouse when you are in a place where you really don't want to talk to someone or someone around you? So it's like you're on a phone call without being on a phone call. I also, Clubhouse is great when you work out because you can literally just, I swear the workouts go by so quick. When I'm on Clubhouse, I love it.
I don't know. I've passed my phone over to the waitress before and said, here, talk to these people. She's like, what?
You know what I hate? I hate when I'm walking through the, like I'm running in somewhere to grab something real quick or whatever, and I don't even think about it. Like I'll have my phone on speaker, and suddenly people start crashing out. And I'm like, oh, where's the volume? Turn it down. Turn it down.
Do you ever get those notifications from Apple saying that their volume is too high?
Yes. For sure.
I literally had to turn those off because of the fact that the volume is too loud on all my surroundings.
No, you keep them on because I'm telling you, like this type of technology can be very, very, very captivating, and I think that it's important for people to recognize that you don't want to lose your hearing early, as a result of just being on social odd.
Huh? What? No, I was talking about the phone warning me that my tractor is too noisy.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the noise reduction headphones in. Like, it should totally be picking up on that.
Could you imagine being 85 years old, and I lost my hearing because of Clubhouse?
Too much banging in my life.
I'm actually surprised no one has, I haven't read anything about anyone suing Clubhouse for hearing loss. With the big mics and the corded microphones with a deep throat and talking loud. I mean, Adams, you fucking can master that shit. You can get your ass super loud. Are you using a corded headset? I mean, how do you don't actually?
I mean, I just use the wired headset, and if I'm home and somebody's just speaking over me, I will full on take out a bullhorn.
I am screaming. Sometimes I am screaming when he does that. When people start commenting in the chat, Adams activate. I'm just dying. I'm absolutely dying. I'm like, oh, here we go.
See, you use it the right way though. Like, there's some people that just do that constantly though. Like season 1 was insane. Like I'm surprised.
Excuse me, go back on mute. Thank you very much. You're not gonna overtalk.
Well, see, that's a feature that would be really nice. Is like like Discord where you can actually adjust the individual people's volume custom for you. So you could go to each person and like adjust their volume so it comes out the way you want. And if you don't want to hear them very loud, you can quiet them down a lot.
Yeah,
kind of a nice thing.
That was a nice feature on Oculus. When you go into some of those rooms, you can turn individual people up or down.
See, I think that'd be far better than the block feature. Actually, they just do that and forget about the speaker.
Right. Like I can just mute you. You can be on stage and I can't hear a word you're saying.
Right, we'll just see the bubble flashing around knowing that you're talking, but we won't hear the words coming out of your mouth. Yeah.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine the chaos that would create? Oh, I didn't hear them. What they say? Never mind. I don't want to know.
Yeah, the only reason why I have that bullhorn is because of the recent immigration protests. And I actually went to downtown LA with my friends, and we were trolling the fuck.
Oh my gosh. I'd have paid good money to see that, Adams.
It went something like, a little bit something like this. Swim back! Which, by the way, I will say this, traffic has been noticeably lighter since they started deporting.
Really?
Yes.
Like, seriously?
Yes.
Wow, that's amazing. That says a lot coming from LA.
Right.
Well, I know the homeless population's kind of disappeared a lot in my city. I haven't seen. They're keeping it moving. I mean, they're not hanging out. I mean, the only times now when I see any of them is like around when they get their checks. You know, at the beginning of the month or end of the month. Otherwise, but one of the weird thing that's been going on in my city is I think some trank has been getting pushed around because I've been seeing people do matrix moves on the corners of the streets. Some weird stuff. Trank is that like horse tranquilizer with fentanyl laced thing. It's gnarly.
I was shocked, you know, I'm sure everybody saw the Little Nas video that went around. Adams was reading yesterday on it, and didn't you say he like assaulted 4 officers, Adams?
Yeah, he's facing like 4 felony counts of resisting arrest and assaulting 3 officers.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't even, like I said, I'd seen the video, and I was just like, the way he was dressed, I was like, oh, this is such a publicity stunt, but I didn't realize that he'd actually like assaulted those officers and stuff.
Well, not only that, but eventually, most people saw the video of him in his underwear. Eventually, he got fully naked. So the other part of this that really upsets me is the fact that, you know, given the homeless population, like I've been on Clubhouse and you know, I've walked down Hollywood Boulevard and have seen fully naked homeless people changing just right on the sidewalk. There was one time this dude was like sunning his balls, like right on the corner, like just like laid out on the lawn, spread eagle, sunning his balls, you know. So I mean, I feel like our public indecency laws need to be enforced. You know, like there were people back in like the early 2000s that got put on the sex offender registry for peeing in public.
Wow, that's a lot. I think I'd be scared to live in LA.
I think to a degree, I'd say Sacramento is almost equally as bad. Sacramento is terrible, the opposite side of California. And then of course San Francisco. I mean, hello. They still got the poop maps going. I think. I don't know. I haven't checked it lately because I don't go there anymore.
Are you still out in Cali, Sean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo.
Okay. We got lots of Cali folks too.
Yeah, I'm surprised. There really isn't a ton of. There's not a lot of people from the West Coast on this app, especially California.
Really? I feel like there's quite a few. Like I hear more people from Cali oftentimes and Texas. We got quite a few Texans too.
Oh my God, they're the worst. They are literally the worst. Like I can't deal with people from Texas. Like I really can't.
Things seem a little fragile, so I guess I was just noticing.
It's the Austin Texans. It's those ones from Austin. You know why? Because they're the ones from they're the Californians living in Texas. Because Austin, I hear, is super, super, super liberal. But it's one of the nicest places in Texas, from what I understand, as far as weather. I mean, I don't know. I like good weather.
So every person that I grew up with that decided like, oh, you know, we're not going to, you know, we're not gonna be able to afford, you know, the same house that, you know, we grew up in. A lot of them moved to Texas, got divorced, and moved right back and found a man to provide. So, like I said, at the end of the day, people want to live the Texas dream. The food culture is horrible. The weather is absolutely terrible, and you know the taxes are like through the roof. Like, yeah, you know, you're not going to necessarily pay income taxes, but have you guys looked at property taxes in Texas lately?
Well, that is the thing that I will say. I have a friend that moved from Cali to Texas, and he said he was like, the Mexican food in Texas is shit compared to what you get in Cali, because I guess it's more like a Tex-Mex, not like a authentic Mexican. He do be complaining about that all the time.
Speaking of food, there's some good Tex-Mex though. You just have to know where to go. But have you ever had Taco Deli? Their salsa is phenomenal. If you ever come across Taco Deli, you gotta get it. It's not too hot, so it's gringo friendly, but it's got a really good flavor, like good flavor. Taco Deli, there's a few of them, and I think they're in Texas. Yeah.
Being a Mexican, going to California, being a Texas Mexican, going to California, living in California and San Diego, and then eating the Mexican food there, I have to disagree with all of y'all.
Really?
Not for me. Yeah, I feel like the California food just slops a bunch of guac on things. Put some like fucking, I don't know, pomegranate seeds in it, and says that it's Baja. I don't know, just not for me, you know?
So you were the opposite. You were a Texan, and I'm assuming like grew up with the Mexican, and then you went to Cali. Yeah, okay. That makes sense though.
Know, I'm also Chicana. I'm also Mexican, right? I guess. I'm Chicana myself. I will say that Central Mexican food, just like Central American food, Central African food, Central European food, is not the same as coastal food. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're 100% correct.
And sometimes it's a lot lighter and, you know, brighter. The coastal foods are brighter, fishier, you know?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I learned this from my parents. Never eat seafood any more than 20 to 30 miles away from the beach. Okay? I went to Vegas one time to Cabo Wabo Cantina, and I literally ended up at Sunrise Hospital. Like, I was throwing up for hours. Like, they were carrying me through the freaking Venetian on a gurney with my balls hanging out because I was like, it was horrible. Like, absolutely horrible. But, like, I'm telling you, like, don't ever eat seafood too far away from the beach. Or after a storm. That's another thing, too. Like, a lot of people, you know, we have, like, El Niños and, like, you know, our seasonal storms in California. Then you see people sitting at Mastro's having a lobster dinner. It's like, okay, you're just asking to get sick.
Wait, why not after a storm?
Because of the way that, like, the sewage and, you know, the runoff systems work and where people are fishing. Like, the water in California is not very clean. Yeah.
I didn't know that about the storms, but that makes perfect sense. But yeah, my parents have always said the same thing. We have one seafood restaurant in our town locally that has fresh fish shipped from the coast. That's where I'll go, like, if I want really, really good seafood. But I agree with you, for the most part, I only get it when we go down to the coast.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this actually reminds me, I saw a disgusting video this morning, and it was here in New York City on the Hudson. I'm not gonna say who they were, but there were some people who provide services to the community in trucks of the sort, who were fishing in the Hudson, like netting in the Hudson, which is illegal, by the way. But can you imagine in the Hudson River, that brackish gray water, fishing and serving it?
They're all here. Have some tilapia.
Do you not remember when that plane crashed into the Hudson?
I do remember, Sully.
Oh my god. I remember thinking, like, everybody on that plane needs to take an AIDS test now. Like, that water is so incredibly fucking dirty. Like, I see YouTube videos of people swimming in the Hudson River. Like, who does that?
Oh my god, I saw some people capsize in a canoe and I was gonna throw up. I was like, oh.
Would you believe that people kayak in the LA River?
Yeah, I've seen that. That is, I know, I just can't. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. I mean, you're talking to a person since the fires. I have not been to the
crimes when they're the ones accused.
I'd like to hear what he proposes as an alternative, you know?
Like, he wants Israel to do the investigation. He wants the IDF to investigate their own alleged crimes.
Right, but how is that any less biased? Like, what? Well, that's the definition of bias. We cannot allow that.
Let's say you're accused of committing murder, and I'm like, you know what, Aziz? You're gonna investigate your own murder. Tell me, are you guilty or not?
Bro, the case is closed.
That's what I said. Like when did someone involved in the act, crime or innocence, ever be the judge or ever be like a lawyer?
Trump.
So to be fair,
When did that ever happen in history?
So to be fair, Norgus, that is actually it is actually common practice within militaries. That's why you have military police.
Really?
So the military police, yeah. So every military has a military police, right?
I see.
Yeah. So in the case in Israel, for example, of the military police arresting the people who raped the Palestinian prison, right?
Okay.
The military police were actually doing their job. But what happened was that people, like regular civilian people, started protesting against this.
Yeah.
And the Knesset held hearings against this, saying that Israelis have the right to rape Palestinians. At which point, the military police...
The Israelis...
Dude, let me just finish talking.
You talking shit, bro. You don't know about it.
I'm sorry, let me finish, because I haven't heard this before. I don't know this.
So at which point, the military police were under so much pressure from the government and society that they had to release them.
So they're not.
What
are you saying? Either so they're not fit for.
What am I saying? What I'm saying is what I'm saying. You won't understand what I'm saying.
Bro, because the way you're saying you fucked up. The military don't care. The word of the same
Okay, why don't you positive this?
What he said.
Like the Israeli military police all of a sudden like reliable.
No, I didn't say it was all of a sudden reliable. I said that in this stage,
Good Lord,
they were actually doing their job, and they still could not do it due to pressures from other institutions within the government. But in a general sense, outside of Israel, look at any other government, right? Every military has a military police whose job it is to persecute or prosecute the people in the military who are committing war crimes. Obviously, this is not the greatest system in the world.
All right, so why Jewish people raping kids?
But hold on. Okay, so how long has America America does.
This is an institution. The fact that every military has a military police is at least
right, but
70 years old.
What is the military?
Caleb, I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Thank you, Benny.
I just want to answer to Ben's point. So specifically in the Israeli parliament, I forgot the exact bill, but there's legislation that's passed basically because the point is when they talk about Israeli raping, for example, the prisoners, it's because of the fact that when it comes to for example, the United States, right? You give, for example, the classification of people. So obviously you have the United States citizens, you have like diplomats, then you have like citizens, then you have, for example, permanent residents, then you have, for example, illegal like asylum seekers, then you have illegal aliens, and then, for example, like refugees, right? It's usually the classification. In Israel, the thing is that you have citizens, and then you also have people that are quote unquote seen as second-class citizens. Now, legally, there's still Palestinians who are residing within Israel, right? Who do the day-to-day job and stuff. They're still classified as citizens of the country. Now, what happens basically is that there was legislation that was introduced and passed, and it almost was passed through a majority of seeing people who are non-Jewish ethnically to be seen as second-class citizens, so not having the rights of what a fellow citizen would. So that means, for example, when it comes to taxation codes, when it comes to, for example, there's civic duty, for example, to vote, and their powers in that regard. For example, the power that any citizen is granted, right? Is not, for example, it's different now, and doing it on the basis of, for example, specifically ethnicity, for example, or religion. And so that's why, for example, the individuals that are seen, for example, in prisons are seen as the lowest because, one, not only are they not citizens, but they're also not considered as, for example, quote-unquote people, because now they have no legal right. When they have no legal authority, for example, technically no other country can go into that country and to claim them or have a claim upon them, right? And that country, which is what they're residing in, is current day occupied Palestine. they actually have no legal status. So if were something to happen to them, no one could technically do anything. I mean, obviously people can, but I'm saying no one could technically do anything in that instance because they have no right. Now, according to any other convention, or for example, the United Nations, it's considered as a war crime because you can't just rape a war person. That's not allowed. But that's the thing. No one has the legal means per se to go in, and no one would want to go in because obviously the ramifications that Israel would do to them. So that's why when these cases come up, the thing is that it's very evident, but no one can really do anything in the immediate. So.
How much can one like trust? How do you get to this as a human
No, like we decide who we prosecute and we fight a common enemy.
This is just power, how things work. If you have a lot of power, you get to do what you want. And the Jews have a lot of power, so they get to do what they want.
That's what I'm saying as a system. I'm questioning the system.
Yeah, again, who defines the system? Those who are in power. So, not just the system. Your whole interpretation of how law works is extremely Jewish. You go by the letter of the law. Basically, lawyering is just looking for every technicality.
Yeah, you're right about that. Oh my God, you're so genius about that. Yeah.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big
And
content
that too could perhaps be because of like extreme extreme ritualistic practices.
Yes.
Like, right?
Yep.
Like it's very it's all foreign to the.
Sorry, can I get the mod, please? Someone give me mod.
What happened? Why did you drop?
Oh, I had a phone call. I don't know.
Okay, here.
Thank you very much.
See, the myth of the world is that, we're shaped by Christian norms and Christian values in the West. No, we're shaped by Jewish norms, Jewish law, Jewish worldviews, legalisms. I mean, look, to be honest.
But it's not wrong. It is right. Like once the letter of the law is inscribed in stone, I mean that is the safety net of one who's fighting a case, right? So it's not even to say like a Jewish lawyer or someone who's well versed with these with the detailing.
Yeah, a lot of technical nonsense. Okay,
yeah.
For instance, what?
It's not nonsense. It's
No,
I think that's the loophole. I think in the whole system.
No, guys. Can I tell you something? Israeli people is fucked up. They're raping kids. You know that? They're raping kids, and they got a new fucking self-defense. They are bitch ass. That's why they call America to help them. But America say, fuck off. You know why they not help him? Because America don't want to be in jail for the fight.
That's right, Cholo.
Hello everyone. Can I please answer just a point made by Bani Adam earlier? You said that why does since the IOF they have their military police, why don't they just be trusted with the investigation?
That's not what I said.
Okay, what we said then?
What I said was it is a common practice amongst militaries all across the world to have military police. Right? So there is a precedent in that regard. With regards to Israel specifically, there is historical precedent to show that they do not have the ability to remain impartial and actually prosecute war crimes.
They prosecute war crimes.
I said they do not have the ability to remain impartial and prosecute war crimes due to pressures from society and the government.
So why the fucking Jewish people are raping kids?
Are you listening to me?
I'm listening to you because the way you're talking, you fucked up. You just coming like a tough, bro. Watch your mouth before you come.
Oh my God.
Watch your mouth, you retarded. The way you're talking, this way you put the dog picture in your face, dog. Nah, bro, the way you're talking, you coming tough. Watch your mouth. Fuck Israel. Fuck Israel. It's straight. Fuck Israel. Fuck his mama, fuck his sister, fuck his whole family. Straight.
I'm supporting Israel because of time.
Chill, man.
Okay, can we keep it respectful,
You're
please?
crazy, I swear to God.
regardless of your
I just wanted to add to Nerj's point is that I think that the reason why is when it comes to only following the letter of law is something that is efficient is because as time changes, laws also develop. Now obviously there is a bifurcation between common and civil law, especially for example in Europe and then obviously North America. But the thing is that as time changes, right, you'll have specific conundrums that will emerge. Like for example, in South Carolina, when a gay couple goes to, for example, a Catholic baker and says to them that for our wedding we would like a cake. Now, if for example the person the business owner chose to not provide them business, is it in violation of for example the gay couple's rights? Or when the gay couple goes to the Catholic baker, right, should they be cognizant of the fact that the person won't serve them because that's his right to do business with who he chooses to? So, for example, the letter of the law would say, for example, the superiority of the business owner, but as there is, for example, going to be an emerging LGBT community, regardless of what your stance is on them, right? This, for example, would showcase that, okay, like, is the law needed to be amended in that case? So the letter of the law, for example, is very important because there's the letter of the law and then also there is the overarching meaning of the law per se.
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. It actually did strike before you said it. Like, yeah. I think I was looking at it as a particular to the situation we have at hand, and therefore, like, thinking, bro, there's no way they're gonna like punish their or bring them to justice. You know? Yeah.
Because we go by the letter of the law. I mean, you
No, in this case, what Caleb is proposing, which is justified because I guess we've been doing it like this all along.
No, even if you go by the letter of the law, due to the pressures of both Israeli society and Israeli government, right? Yeah, even if you go by the letter of the law, they still won't follow the letter of the law because their underlying culture is that of supremacy.
Okay, so this is what I would have done. etc.
Yeah, religious supremacy.
Yeah, there's just no way like this. You think the UN's gonna involve itself, or is the UN Zionist too?
The UN is basically under the control of the Security Council, which means it's of the United.
I guess we all need to write testimonies. Thinking about it yesterday. You guys, you know what? I think this narrative can be changed very conveniently, like in a short period of time too, simply because because it can. There's just such an unequal distribution of power in this case that we should write testimonies and keep it or keep it in a safe or something so that it's not forgotten.
It will, because they're proof of showing that someone actually did that.
No, but testimony is evidence in court.
Yeah, I know, but the reason why testimony holds up much higher for like senior ranking people is because you can actually definitively show that they planned something, they orchestrated something, they wanted, execution. But one soldier,
however, it's the world against. Like, our numbers are large, and we're all varied. Different nationalities, different languages, different parts of the world.
Leftists and co have no interest.
Gosh, I'm such an idealist, man.
Yeah, you certainly are an idealist. But leftists have no interest in mass prosecuting Jews. Honestly, the most fair thing if you have Jews would actually be for Arabs to have mass collective punishment, because we don't really have to lie. Most Israeli Jews do support what their government and people are doing and have basically no qualms about it. I'm not saying this is right, but it's probably more fair than the Western tribunals that would happen.
Is this gonna end up being like the Kurds, the Armenians? But I think the world has witnessed it a bit much, on a much larger scale, on a much bigger pageantry, bigger theatrics involved. It's so glorious as an event, right? As painful as it is.
But it's not.
It's so well known.
It's
Why
not. The only reason it's known as an event is because Jews are the ones doing it. What Turkey did in Western Armenia is...
Wow.
Yeah.
No wonder they call you anti-Semitic.
No, I'm being serious. You cannot tell me...
I agree.
Yeah, you cannot tell me what Turkey
Okay,
did.
why do you, Danny?
Show me how what Turkey did in Western Armenia isn't worse than what Israel is doing. Show me how what
Agreed. That's what I'm saying. If that can be forgotten, this too.
Yeah, but why is it forgotten? Because it didn't happen to Jews.
No,
this is remembered because
Jews didn't do it or it didn't happen to them. Is that what you said?
No, that and when you just come off as saying we are the greatest people, God's gift to the earth, and then also committing atrocities. That's why you get so like scrutinized so much, because it's like, okay, like you're saying two things, or saying and doing two things that are just completely opposite to each other. We're God's chosen people, yet we also choose to murder and kill and do all types of crazy shit.
It's worse than that. The stupidest thing these people did was that they drew all this world attention to their little, ethnocidal project because they wanted support. Okay, but if increased support means increased hyper-focus on what exactly you're doing. So when the crimes came out, there's nowhere for them to run.
I don't think the idea drew attention. I think I think it was TikTok. I think it was the media.
I'm not talking about the idea. I'm saying Jewish media. Jewish media has been shoving down people's throats in the West. Oh, we need to support Israel. We need to support Israel. We need to support Israel. So everyone in the West knows about Israel. If these people were smart, from the moment they created their state, there would have been a media blackout of Israel. Israel, what the fuck is that? I don't know. Israel should have, if they were smart, Israel should have become as irrelevant of a country in U.S. news and British news and Western news as Somalia.
You know, there's
then
also
no one cared or know what's
being conditioned, obviously, in the school, education system, just being like there's slavery and the Holocaust. Those are the only fucking goddamn atrocities that are main focusly taught. From fucking who knows. 8, 9, 10 years old and shit like that, Outside of that, everything is just like a sidebar of things that have happened. So I won't harp on it too much, but I mean, just let me know if I'm wrong. But like, okay, you know what? I'm going to say something kind of crazy. Yeah, the Holocaust was bad. I can't believe I said that, right? but to even like on people as if other things weren't bad and to focus on, it allowed people to just say, oh no, we can't have another Hitler. Using Hitler in a poor form for examples or stuff like that. Saying things are anti-Jewish and anti-Semitic. Bro, everything is anti-Semitic. Like, god damn, you know what I mean? So when you sorry, go ahead.
But that's why these guys were stupid. Everyone knows who Hitler is. No one who knows who Lazar Kaganovich and Genrikh Yagoda are. Both of them happened to kill twice as many people as Hitler in the same decade. Unsurprisingly, they both happen to be Jewish. There's a reason you will never hear about the Ukrainian Holodomor in any history textbook. I learned there was literally a paragraph of it in my world history class in 9th grade. Insignificant detail, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't want people to scrutinize that. You don't want people to examine. Why was it when 11 million Ukrainians bit the dust, 80% of the KGB was Jewish, 50% of the Soviet Politburo Jewish, 11 of 13 major gulags, the Soviet Union Jewish, right? If they were smart, they would have made Israel as irrelevant news-wise and attention-wise and focus-wise as any other country in like Africa or Asia. But they're not smart. Because they're too narcissistic.
No, but there's a catch-22 there. If you're gonna get as much military aid as you need to perpetrate this project of like religious supremacy over the whole region, with a 100-year plan of like taking everything from the Nile to Euphrates and all of that jazz, you need a lot of support. In order to get that much support, you need public opinion to be on your side. In order to get public opinion on your side, you need to constantly blast the media saying that Israel is number one ally, blah, 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 blah. So,
yes,
if you could do it on your own economically, then yes, absolutely keep it out of the media. But since you need America's help to do it, both economically and diplomatically, then no, you need to blast it.
Yes, but that's why I'll always say the smartest Jews in the world were, well, I mean, the Bolsheviks turned out to be pretty retarded for their own different reasons. But those of the young Turks in Turkey and the leftist faggots that are in America both have basically said, you know, you ethnocidal fucks. I mean, they both basically said that Israel is not really their concern. Why would I fight for Israel when I can rule my empire here and, you know, mask myself in between the larger masses? Yeah, these are the smartest Jews. Ben Gvir, Netanyahu, and all these people are retarded. You know, Soros funds both sides. He literally funds, you know, anti-Israel protests, and then funds like pro-Israel protests. Like, no one really focuses on this guy, right? Except some like wild MAGA conspiracy theorists. But these guys are intelligent. The ones in Tel Aviv running around shooting people, putting their name on something, they're gonna get fucked at that.
No, 1,000,000%. And, you know, just jump in real quick. I just appreciate you, because this is more so, if nothing else, a learning experience for me. So, you know, everything that you guys are saying, I appreciate, because, you know, these are clearly things I wasn't taught.
Wow, what an educational experience this young guy is getting attached to.
You know, well, be kind to the Jews. Okay, why? You know what I mean? Let me not go that route. But no, anyways, basically all I'm saying is, like, I appreciate y'all, because y'all are doing a service that is necessary for anybody who has questions with conflicts like this. So, whatever, take that for what it is. But it's interesting to see, you know, because you clearly know, or I'm sure we're all aware of the blinded American citizen, right? Who's just like, oh well, I'm just going to support Israel because they're our greatest ally. It's like, did you not question anything? Like, did you not? You know, do you just have your blinders on? Do you truly use the media as your arbiter of truth? It's like, well, Israel said that Hamas is bad, so it's got to be bad. Oh, so the children, the women, the kids, the goddamn, all these murders, the hospitals getting bombed. Like, you just put your blinders on that one, like, you know. So getting out of that, you know. I hate to use these movie tropes and stuff like that, but getting out of that matrix, that mindset of like, oh, what the government tells me is right, like, that's what's going to save your life. Because it's going to... What people don't realize is that if Israel gets their way, there is not going to be any America. There's not going to be your land of the free. There's not going to be your freedom of speech. There's not going to be your right to bear arms, your constitutional rights. And all that shit gone, and Israel going to have its way. Because it's going to have its way with its country, and it's going to fucking, there's a word I'm looking for, it's like, fuck it, infected into everywhere else. And it's like, bro, if that's what you want, it's coming. So either keep your eyes open, you know, really truly figure out who the enemy is. It's Hamas. It's infiltrating the American lifestyle. I don't think so. Last time I checked, I don't see anybody saying, oh man, Hamas is controlling the government and the courts and the money and the entertainment and all this other stuff, right? And the music, all that other stuff. So why am I afraid of Hamas? I really should be afraid of them. The Zionists, you know what I'm talking about? So I'm leaving it at that. I'm gonna shut up. I've been on rambling, but yeah.
Well, you know what proves that point is the fact that Netanyahu, 20-something years ago, maybe, I don't know, maybe the clip that was from the 80s, I'm not sure, but he basically said that they have all the presidents in their back pocket, all right? And that basically, you know, I mean, America pretty much is Israel because they're pretty much their property. So, you know, it's just kind of interesting to see how the logic of people in America it shows you that a lot of people in America are not really informed about who runs this country and certain particulars and certain things that are going on. You know, like the bankers, pretty much all of them are Jewish, and they own the fucking America. They own the treasury. They own a lot of things. So it's like, it is what it is. But you know, people are not gonna. They're gonna find out very soon. You know, once they establish a lot of things. So I'll land on this. it's funny how people were talking about how Trump was talking about the flag that they're trying to make it illegal to be burned. They also were talking about the Israeli flag as well. So you can't burn those two flags, but you can burn everybody else's flag. So it's just
No, 100%. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's going to stem from your constitutional rights because it's going to merge into there. Oh, this is our greatest ally. So if we can't burn the American flag, I guess we can't burn the Israeli flag too, an outside country and entity. When the fuck did America give a fuck about an outside country? There's some people who think Texas is a fucking is the country, like the America. You know what I mean? Like, bro, like, and I don't want to even advocate for stupidity, but it's just like it truly seems as if America is trying to adopt. I don't know, bro. Like, because I'm really not even trying to hit the America first type of thing or whatever, right? But it's more so just protect your own country. Like, why do you need the help of Israel? What benefit does Israel have to the American people? None. It's a net negative. It doesn't. I swear to God, it doesn't, right? Because here's the thing, unfortunately, Zionists only have their best interests for them. They don't go out and help other communities and all this other stuff, right?
But if it was the other way around, if they had the same financial backing, like if they had the same amount of pull power, I mean they do, but I'm saying if they had the same amount of money that America does, and let's say the roles were reversed, that America was in war with someone else, right? I guarantee you, Israel would not give them nowhere near as much the amount of budget that the American America has done for them. You know.
And I want to flip the question on you. So can somebody in Israel? What happens if somebody in Israel burns the American flag?
Ain't nothing gonna happen. Ain't nothing gonna fucking happen.
So there we go.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, it's just where it's going. I mean, there's other things as well that's being put in. You also have to worry about the Vatican as well. But at the same time, I mean, it's very much looking like this is where it's going. This is the place where it's going to in America, obviously.
100%, man. Now we get it clearly. Obviously, there's nothing I'm gonna say that's something that you don't know or whatever, but yeah, this is super unfortunate for me, bro. I'm gonna keep it real. America's, I don't know when, so I don't know if I'm gonna say it's getting soft or has gotten soft, but it is soft right now. Like they're just soft, bro. Like America is not, bro. As soon you know what it is, bro. As soon as them towers got knocked down, America, like that really showed America. Well, actually, no, because we definitely did some crazy shit to like Afghanistan, right? All that other shit, right? But outside of that, bro, it's just been pure virtue signaling. Oh, cool. It's not even like kumbaya type shit. It's just been just weird on their back. America's laid on their back and let just demonic ghouls take over. Now, is that also stemming from like whatever kind of sicko shit Epstein had with the dirt on people, and that's why the government's like, oh shit, well damn, now we've been infected by Israel or the Zionists, whatever the fuck, because he's Messiah and all that other shit. Yeah, okay, conspiratorial like a motherfucker, but you know what I mean. But it's like, well, what was it? What made America soft as hell to be like, oh yeah, we're gonna hold hands with Israel? What the fuck we need Israel for? Like, come on, bro. Like, that's why I just look. One, that's why I look at America like, damn, this shit not the same country. And two, that's why I got the fuck out of there, bro. Like, I don't want to be associated with just mental retarded, poor decision making, not caring about your country shit, bro. Like, that's not America to me. It's not. So,
well, I mean, they got the president they want in office. I mean, he's a staunch Zionist and Jesuit. And the Jesuits, they're a Jewish Catholic alliance. So, and like I said, Trump is a staunch follower of both. So, I mean, he's going to enact whatever the hell they want him to do. So, and the funny thing is, the people that voted him in, the people that are on the far right, it's funny how he's sitting up here slapping them in the face right now, saying anybody talking about the Epstein file, which I mean, I think it's a distraction personally, but still the fact that he put so much emphasis on bringing it out, and then now
on the spot. He said he was giving these people the middle finger, saying, "Oh well, if you talk about it, you're weird," or pretty much it's like you have to be mentally retarded and mentally simple, man, to still be supporting that guy. Sorry, I just got out of a -5 degrees freezer.
Cold bath or not?
Nah.
I had to walk in.
Not working.
Got you. No, you could. I can imagine this. Pretty cool. Yeah. No, but I mean, that's one of those things, though. It's like, but that's what he ran on, right? Like he ran on saying, "I'm gonna stop these wars. I'm gonna, expose these files that Joe Biden didn't want to do," and then either somebody gets in his ear or shit. There's more damning evidence on him than he probably even knew. It's shit, you never know. Maybe bro was like, "Oh man, I probably did these shits in the 80s or 90s with Epstein, but like, there's probably no video." Nah, boom, hit him with a video. Oh, he said, "Oh shit, no." You know what I mean? You never know, because but what we do know is that shit happened, and it's currently happening with certain Zionists getting caught doing pedophilic shit and then just getting sent straight back to Israel. So like it's a continuing, ongoing thing. So really, it's damn near, if you got that dirt on your name, you're guilty. Because the thing is, they're not talking about it. So the fact that it even gets brought up or you're questioned, how'd you find yourself in that situation? How do you, nah, bro. Honestly, if you even get an inkling of questioning about touching some kids, you what is we talking about? Like what? No. So it's just like, but they support that shit, and like I said, like I keep going with like maybe that's just how they're run, or that's how you get on the end of the fucking powers that be. But that's not some shit I want to associate with. That's not like why do my political representatives have to be in weirdo shit from genocide all the way down? I'm just not cool with it. I don't like it, and I'm gonna just keep. All I can do is just keep calling this shit out. I'm not unfortunately in any power or say so to, change the.
Oh, really?
In my mind, before I fuck with you.
People in the background were like naturally healthy and tanned and beautiful, and I'm like, this is such a great little, not meaning to be documentary, but it's a little slice of time before plastic surgery really started to take over Hollywood.
I was going to mention the plastic surgery of the 90s is not the plastic surgery of today. I don't know. It's just so, I don't know. Why did it seemed like it looked so bad. I don't know. Is that rude?
Yeah. No, well, I mean, it's factual, right? It's just factual, and it's also, it kind of, okay, this is complicated, as is everything else going on in our world right now, because it kind of exposes that people don't quite have a very realistic view in their mindset about them. Body dysmorphia is a real thing.
Yeah, and of course,
I say that kind
our culture, our pop culture is very promoting of what's okay and what's not okay. I mean, you remember who is it? Isn't it Harrison Ford who's married to it's the really thin. Remember the whole lollipop thing going on? They call it the lollipop look. It was like back during like Friends, and it was like
Twiggy?
people were so
Twiggy
rail
looking?
twigged. Yeah, twigged out totally, and then now we've seen like where it's okay to have some weight on you, But it's been interesting to see the ebbs and flows of like pop culture.
You would think
well, it's sad. It's
Calista.
I mean, body shapes and facial features should not be trends, right? Where everybody's going to get their body to look a certain. It's pretty fucking. I'm sorry, it's pretty sick actually. That people try to shape their bodies according to whatever is popular at that time, and it's not going to work out well in the end. You can't keep morphing your body like that and come out okay.
So I was just listening to this podcast with this professor who researches that very thing, and she described this reality that women. She described this situation that basically women are competing with other women at all times, and here I'll come back. You guys talk.
No, intrasexual competition is stronger than between. So within the sex, there's competition, and that's a biological thing. That's real. But the other things we've sort of crafted around that, and what we think is competing. Like I said, the idea that a body shape should be en vogue is that's a culture thing. That's just nutty that we even do that, and that these women. They get the BBLs, they take, then they take their butts out and then put in the lip filler, take it out, take out the fat from the cheeks, put it back. It's crazy.
Okay, so what I was trying to say was I listened to this documentary. The woman's a professor. She described how women are always competing with other women, and the trends follow women's. How do I describe this? I'm trying to paraphrase it. Women convince other women to do things that men don't like on purpose. So women are trying to basically outcompete the women around them, and by doing that, for instance, when Twiggy was big, men liked thicker women at that time. So society and culture, woman fashion culture pushed super skinny girls, because a woman promoting a super skinny girl to men knows that the man is going to pick her over the super skinny girls. And then you fast forward, and it flipped. Over time, it flipped. So now pop culture and women suggest that being heavy is a good thing and attractive, because men don't like heavy dicks as much as they used to. And so women that because they know that they are limiting the chances, they're increasing their chances of having men come back to them, and how fashion culture follows this trend throughout history. And it was super interesting.
So what you're telling me is that women have never dressed for the male gaze. Only the female gaze. Got it. Perfect. I love it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is, right?
Indirectly, yes. Yeah.
I mean, if I just my casual listening to men speak versus women, I think women are much more critical of other women than men are of women.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's so easy as a woman for me to just totally dismiss a man. If you're like just like, okay, bye, whatever. But if a woman, I will harp on a woman. No, you get right. You're making our gender look bad. Yeah, I would do that. Yeah. Damn. Do I need to work on that?
I will lie, but sexually speaking, when it comes to super thin women, it's a very bruising experience. When you wake up and you wonder why you felt like you got punched in the lower pelvis, and you're like, why is that? You're like, oh shit, I got bruised. Okay, I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave it right there. Don't go any further. Sorry. Stay.
It's a really good. Yeah, it's a good point.
A little cushion is nice, okay? Not too bony, please. I mean, that's my preference. We all have preferences.
Well, you know why sex is like a box of Kentucky Fried Chicken?
Why?
I can't wait to learn, John. Tell us.
I have a feeling I know
Leave
what
us
you're
hanging.
saying.
Leave us hanging. Leave us hanging.
There you go.
After you're done with the breast and the thigh, the only thing left to do is to stick your bone back in the greasy box.
What in the hell, Bob? We can rely on
campaign trail. That's what he opens up speeches.
Excuse me.
At least he didn't say it was finger looking good.
We're in the muff, ladies and gentlemen.
John, I swear to God, I have, what do you call it? Well, I feel like I'm getting reverse multiple personality disorder because you have so many damn accounts with different pictures. I'm like, oh, it's that John. You're fucking my brain up, bro.
Well, that's a you problem. Are you sure you're not projecting?
Well, I don't know. Like, so many accounts, it's confusing sometimes.
It's a you problem. Are you sure you're not projecting?
Why not just one main one, like in maybe a couple? What's the take on having so many? Like, honestly, I don't think I've ever heard.
Well, they just I don't know if you know about this latest purge, but they clipped a bunch of people's accounts, and they clipped 4 of mine. So this is the newer account.
So you only have 37 accounts left? Is that what you're saying?
Did they give you a reason why?
No, they don't give you a reason why.
Huh. That's interesting.
Have you ever called
It's
Clubhouse
just like,
customer
we have
service?
determined.
Did you call Club? Has anyone here ever called Clubhouse customer service to find out what's wrong with their account?
I don't think they have a phone.
I sent an email. And they returned my email in about 2 days. But this is, I mean, I think that their customer service department is right here in this room. Meaning there isn't.
John.
It's in the muff?
How many apples do you have? How many apples or Androids do you have in totality? What is the total number now? I'm curious.
I've got about 60 phones in this office right now.
Wow. Are they all apples? Are they Androids, apples?
No, I film right now. I film off of 2 like really nice iPhone 13s that live stream to YouTube, and that's all the apples that I'm using right now.
So you were aware of yesterday's glitch, right? With Android working.
John has a YouTube account, and you can see a lot of his work in there. If you're curious, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's like 5 years of your life sucked into YouTube without your permission. You're like, how did he find so much time to record so much of me, wasting so much of my time talking on Cloudhouse?
We are not wasting time, John. We are being productive citizens. Yes.
Now, John, if you do end up creating a Netflix original of Clubhouse, which you probably should consider, you do know that you're going to need to pay all of this, right?
Let's not go down that path right now because we have no Netflix deal, and if you haven't even spent 5 minutes actually looking at my YouTube, you might realize pretty quickly that all my footage would never make it to Netflix because it's not Netflix quality. It's being filmed on a cell phone of a cell phone.
But a documentary of a documentary of a reality documentary.
That's not hard to do. We could bring that quality up real quick.
I think the best reality is Clubhouse, to be honest. I mean, you see the reality shows, I'm going, geez, this is far more entertaining. It can be.
Anyone here know what the fastest way to get into the muff is?
Diving. With moisture?
Money, 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 money.
So money, moisture, and what was Moose?
Muff dive. Gotta dive in.
Muff diving. Okay. No, you guys got it all wrong. It's poetry. I know you guys are from the 21st century, but I'm just saying that poetry is the quickest way to get into the muff.
Is it yours or somebody else's?
It's my poetry, of course.
I thought it would be dancing. I think dancing would be the quickest way to get into the muff.
Well, they say just join the dance and the partners will find themselves.
Does anybody have any urban gardening tips?
What about? Huh?
Where's FEMA when you need her?
Damn, where's she?
I can tell you about cucumbers.
Yeah, tell me about cucumbers, actually. When would you grow it, and, what kind of potting should I have a little compost guy that I make my own soil, which is fucking sick. But other than that, I need help.
Okay, let me turn my TV down or off, or whatever you want to say.
You know how those have gossamer little bags
Oh, yeah.
for gifts? Get really long ones, and then you put it. I know this sounds nuts, but bear with me here. You guys have a pest or a bird, rodent, things like that. If you put them around each vegetable, it keeps the birds from getting it. And then what you'll want to do also is, this should be okay for urban stuff. Get some gravel, just one technique is gravel, and because you don't want the vegetables to be sitting on the ground, it'll rot as they grow.
So in my situation now, I have a nice little terrace. It gets great sun. I have plants.
Yes.
It's just a little terrace. It's not that big. It's like a simple balcony. It's so cute.
Do you have balcony? Do you have the balcony?
You said you had a nice little terrace.
Instead of using, you can use the bags, but you can actually, if the vegetable starts to grow, and it's hanging on the.
Proud of her height, is when she lived, she moves with all the careless and high-stepping grace, and the extravagant courtesan's thin face, the slimmer waist in a ballroom wood, her flaunting robe in royal amplitude, holes and deep folds around a dry foot shod, with a bright flower-like shoe that gems the sod. The swans that hum about her collarbones, as the lascivious streams caress the stones, conceal from every scornful jest that flies her gloomy beauty and her fathomless eyes. Unmade of shade and void with flowery sprays, her skull is wreathed artistically in sways. Feeble and weak on her frail vertebrae, oh, charm of nothing decked in folly they, who laugh and name you a caricature, they see not, they whom flesh and blood allure, the nameless grace of every bleached bare bone that is most dear to me, tall skeleton. Come you to trouble with your potent snare the feast of life, or are you driven here to pleasure's sabbath, by dead lusts that stir and goad your moving corpse on with a spur? What do you hope when sing the violins, and the pale kindle flame lights up our sins, to drive some mocking nightmare far apart and cool the flame held lighted in your heart? Fathomless well of vault and foolishness, eternal alembic of antique distress, still o'er the curved white trellis of your sides the scentless wandering serpent curls and glides. In truth to tell, I fear lest you should find among us here no lover to your mind. Which of these hearts beat for the smile you gave? Charms of horror please none but the brave. Your eyes black gulf, where awful brooding stir brings giddiness. The prudent reveler sees while horror grips him from beneath the eternal smile of 32 white teeth. He who has not folded in his arms a skeleton nor fair and graveyard charms recks not of verbal or paint or scent when horror comes the way that beauty went. Oh, irresistible, the fleshless face. Say to these dancers in their dazzled race, proud lovers with the paint above your bones, ye shall taste death. Musk-scented skeletons, withered and time
line, withered Antinius,
You?
dandies with plum faces, ye varnished cadavers, and grey Lovelaces, ye go to lands unknown and void of breath, drawn by the rumour of the dance of death. From Sayan's cold quays to Ganges' burning stream, the mortal troopers dance on mud in a dream. They do not see within the open sky the angel's sinister trumpet raised on high. In every clime, in every sun, death laughs at ye, mad mortals, as ye run, and oft perfumes herself with myrrh, like ye, and mingles with your madness. Irony. That is Le Fleur de Mont by Charles Baudelaire, read by the poet.
I was like, where's the skunk? And on the side of the road, and my car started to suck.
We had one person significantly change their telomere length within 4 days.
Of course, change the air conditioning to like circulation today. But I don't want to smell like smoke.
Boys Town is a godsend.
It's family.
Boys Town is my support, and Boys Town is my encouragement.
If your hair deserves better shampoo and conditioner, now that's a duo that shields you from damage.
I'm like, which account of mine is that? I was like, how am I doing that? Which account is that? I gotta check it again. Is that me? Congress John, that's not me. Look at all those houses. Oh, this guy John's created a lot of houses on this app. He must have real mojo. Must have a powerful mojo.
locked up in Illinois, Juvia, Cook County, the Audi home, or anywhere else in the system, this is the master has mastered nature, not in the sense of conquering it, but of being it.
Laid on their back and let just demonic ghouls take over. Now, you left no final thoughts. I mean, and those two Mossad agents literally said, and we have quite a few Jews living in Amsterdam, so I got emerged as a regional superpower. But that's as of June, when we had our 12-day war.
Okay, the song is called Music of Light. It's a 3-minute Santor. Hot off the press for you, Dr. Mojo.
court. No, no.
Quite as because obviously fresh vegetables are more expensive than frozen. But there are ways to do it. You have to get creative, and it has to be something that you want to do.
Right, that part.
Yes, the want, y'all, for sure.
For sure.
A lot of these views sped away. But yeah, it was the room.
Testing, testing. It kicked me.
Talk to a person, you can't come off disrespectful and then wonder why they flip out. It's because we're talking calm, and then you call this house shitty and this, that, and the third just because you don't agree with it.
No,
Bro, but still, that's your
spade a spade, though.
yeah, but that's your opinion. But that's your opinion.
Hey, when the market first opened, I waited for a little bit. I was at a graduation.
I understand that, but you're not in profit, and if you were, I'd tell you to sell. So, if you have time on that call, and maybe tomorrow morning, and it rockets, then that call will pick up its percentage, and you'll be back in profit. That's all I'm saying. But be careful of the market dipping between now, what is it? It's 12 o'clock, right? The brokers are at lunch, and you see what the indexes are doing. Okay, so follow the trend. In an hour, they'll be back from lunch, and maybe you'll get some up push.
Yeah, get a little push. I'm not far out the money in my call at all.
Good. Good girl. And then hopefully it can last till 4 o'clock, and then keep it, and then if the numbers come out all rigged.
Sense of connection that becomes possible. This is the human condition. This weird human condition of being both together and apart, which is why also the leaning into grief and communal grief. But then it raised this question for me of what is the role of anger in grief? So that's what I'm sitting with right now.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would think that the anger is related to wanting to blame someone, whether someone out there, the universe at large, or oneself for not having done other things, and that's trying to kind of
This music of light.
move away from the grief and take action on it by
This music of light on the sideboard.
toying with his country, then he's gonna fucking
military who are committing war crimes. Obviously, this is not the greatest system.
Okay, Mojo, we're going to end this room. This has been Yahweh Adonai Ribbono Shalom.
Like the second day of school, she said, Miss Ashton, I think you forgot to bring in Maddie's medication. I said, what kind of medication? She's like, oh, well, all the kids in the class except for Maddie take medicine. I have it scheduled for a certain time every day. I said, my daughter does not take medication. Is she causing a problem? She's like, no. I just figured she was medicated. I almost wanted to cry. I was like, are you kidding me? All these children are medicated in that class of 20 except for my daughter? There's no way in hell. My daughter was a kid. She just played and she would do things that were crazy and act a fool. But so many of my friends can't deal to put up with their kids that all their kids are medicated. And they act like little zombies. And it's sad to watch them. Because about 15, 20 minutes after they get their medicine, they literally walk around like little zombies. I don't want my kid to do that. She can act a fool. She can tell me to shut up. She can jump down the stairs and break her arm. Like, be a kid. Work out the energy. Maybe take the classroom and get up every 45 minutes and walk through the hall, go get drinks. Go outside and play for 5 minutes and come right back in. Like, I don't know, but I just don't think all these children need to be medicated. I think it's lack of parental guidance of parenting a child.
It's interesting. Jesus talked about that. Children, and of course, rising from the dead like a zombie.
Good morning, Shirley. Hey, John. Good morning. Look at God.
Like a child.
Would y'all just look at God?
Beautiful. Shirley, I'm amazed you're awake and rowdy and ready to go again. Because when I woke up this morning, you were still up.
At 12?
Yeah, I went to bed at 10 and I woke up at 11:30 and here's Miss Shirley still wide awake. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so my sister was here, and we have rehabilitated my house, and it was in much need of rehabilitation. That means we were decorating, we had fun, we shopped, we spent money. I'm not good at spending money, Beth. I can't make decisions, I won't
Give it
get
to
out of...
me, I'll spend it for you.
Honey, I don't have enough to share, I wish I did. I guess that's why it's so hard for me to spend money, because there's a limited amount, you know, and every decision is, anyway, but you're going to have to, so MG says she's redoing her house too. I'm all in. I want to hear all the details. And Beth,
Me too.
and Beth is, I won't give the details of Beth still, but she's thinking about house decorating, and we'll just leave it at that. My favorite kind of house decorating. But anyway.
I'm in the middle of doing that as well.
So what are you doing to your house, Adrian?
Well, we have a finished basement, and so one of the bedrooms in the basement, just converting that into one big walk-in closet. So the whole room is just going to be a walk-in closet. You know, took the floors down. And well, first, what we did when we first bought it, we noticed that the foundation had some problems. So, you know, we patched that up. Did all the necessary things for that. It doesn't leak or nothing like that. So, redid the drywall down there. What else? Put in some recessed lighting. Ripped out the shower down there. Yeah, so.
Are you going to put one back or just leave it out?
Yes, ma'am. No. I'm going to replace that whole thing, the whole bathroom.
Well, Adrian, that's what I just went through. I had a carpenter in my house for almost a month, and I got a new bathroom. And so my sister came up, and she's queen of decorating, and we went out and got knickknacks to decorate my bathroom with, you know, It is so cute. It's so cute. Anyway, so I had fun. But I can't. I have good taste, but I just have a hard time wanting to shop by myself or pull the trigger. And then if you have your sister with you, she can say, "Oh yeah, that's good. I like that. Yeah." And like she would find things that I didn't see. Walking out of one of the shops, she found a $20 mirror. Anyway, just had a lot of fun.
It'd be the smallest things that add the biggest difference to
Yes.
decoration.
Yes. Anyway, so so when you've been going full blast for a few days, and my grandson, see the picture that I'm in right there? That's me at my grandson's wedding. My hair did not turn out exactly the way I wanted it, but I cleaned up for the wedding, and I clean up okay. So that's good.
Yeah, Shirley, you look cute. You're bite size. I love it. That's a beautiful picture of you.
Thank you, hon. Anyway, so Serendipity, you're running the room. What's going on? New York, Mike. I'm not sure if I know Mike, but I.
Sure.
Hey, hon. Sorry, I was doing
random discussions. Oh, sorry, Serendipity. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead. No, yeah, I was trying to get to my mute button. Yeah, no, it's just been coffee, chilling out, hanging out. Lots of different topics.
Well, I would love to read a poem in the muff.
Oh Lord, John is back. Okay, that's up to Serendipity. Serendipity, do we want to hear another poem from John?
Let's take a poll. Let's just
take a poll.
A poll in the muff, you say?
Would you like
for John poem, but
to hear John's poem? Let's just do a really quick poll.
Quick no. I like the subconscious answer there. That was great.
Oh my goodness, laughed out loud. That was funny.
Okay, there we go.
Wallace, I think I saw that you're working on your house too.
Yeah, hey Miss Shirley, I'm about to gut my guest bathroom. I have to do a full remodel on it. I came up to ask you how your kitchen cabinets turned out. I think that was 2 seasons ago, but I never found out how that ended up working out for you.
Well, what happened was I have a friend that moved up here who has bought a house that's a very, very dear friend from Texas. And he got involved with a good carpenter/painter. And instead of it costing me, all that drama of me stripping the cabinets, and then I got a job, and I just ended up not getting the kitchen painted. I had open shelving for 2 years, almost 3. And I got a painter, like a real painter, and they look like a professional did them. They are beautiful. So thank you for asking, Wallace.
No, I do remember. That's what made me ask, because I remember all that drama you were going through, and that's what made me think about it, because you're on to another project, so I assumed that did get finished.
Honey, I'm $40,000 past that project. I have done I got the sample lady job so I could spend money, because most of my money is somewhere so I can maybe live independently for a long time, and I don't want to spend that money. So I went and got this job. I redid the master bathroom, the sun porch, this bathroom, have done all the floors, put a French drain in my front so water wouldn't stand when it rained. Let's see, the painter stripped my porch, and then it was just so hot. He decided to start working on my porch. So my deck, which is like 40 feet up in the air, is waiting for paint. Anyway, so that's the story, and it's all turned out really beautifully. The carpenter is slow, but he was very good, and it's just turned out like a little dollhouse. I need to post pictures on Instagram and and send everybody to Instagram to see. Anyway, so what's your plan with the bathroom, Wallace?
Oh, it just has to be sheetrock, everything gutted. It didn't get a ceiling fan, so the previous owners hid the mold problem, and so it's like resurfaced and is unmanageable. So it just has to be totally gutted, a ceiling fan put in, and yeah, modernized, which is going to be nice. It wasn't a bad bathroom, but there's no way you could live with mold, so it totally just has to be corrected.
Oh yeah, you can't deal with that.
Did you do your flood? Did you do your flood cut? And how far did you go? Did you go 2 or 4 feet, or did you just take out like the whole entire wall?
Huh?
Oh, your
I haven't started anything yet. I have to gut. Yeah, it's all surface and all like spotting and nothing. Even bleach won't even like just keep it away. I mean, it's the previous owners tried to paint over it and seal it and cover it, which is the wrong thing to do. The whole problem is the ventilation. So once a fan gets put in, I mean, who knows? I could get in there and find out the previous guy put the wrong sheetrock in. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting once I tear into it though, and I should have started in the beginning of summer, because yeah, anyways, I'm a procrastinator. I'm in the muff.
Okay, yeah. I mean, look, I totally understand. When you do your flood cuts and stuff like that,
not to chase away what's happening, but, and also not to shift the gears, but to meet, in that case, it was my fear, my anxiety, this instant change of identity that I was on the threshold of maybe, and the incredible uncertainty, crazy pain, like crazy amount of uncertainty that I could have dissociated in that moment. And instead, I went for the love and I went for the connection. And I went for being awake to both the anxiety, but also the sweetness of being in connection in the middle of all of that. And I was really shocked to find out that she had not one but 2 heart defects that had never shown up before that, and all of the doctor's visits and all of the stuff. And that year is when I adopted a gratitude practice, because it was a year before she was going to have some kind of procedure. So there's something about how do we cope with that level of anxiety and uncertainty? Like what, it isn't even cope. It wasn't even coping. It's how do I be, what is in relationship? So there's something about beginning to couple some kind of over-couple, or I don't know how, but I don't even have words for what I'm trying to say, but just somehow to bring that anxiety and that uncertainty and that dread and that shift of identity, to bring all of that side by side in relationship with like, I guess maybe that's that sage mind, or that caring self-compassion, and that they coexist. So it isn't that anything gets replaced. It just it feels like a coexistence, and almost like a healthy overcoupling of care with all the other care for the suffering and the pain and the anxiety and the their torment, their turmoil.
Okay, this is Texas Children's Hospital.
Incomplete-ish.
Please retweet the tweet.
Wendy, when you say you adopted a gratitude practice, did that look like setting aside a certain amount of time every day to write down a certain number of things you were grateful for, spend time doing that, or was it just reminding yourself to, whenever you could remember, to reflect back to yourself the gratitude that you had for different things? How did you actually build that gratitude practice?
Well, I think the first thing was motivation. And then I realized that I had a belief system operating that that the more distraught I was, the more evidence that was of how much I loved my child. And I realized that there was a built-in incentive to, like a motivation, like a reward or something, for being really in the loss and in the terror and the pain of all of it. Like there was things. So I began to untangle that and realize, oh, actually what my daughter needs going through this whole thing for this year is a really happy, loving mom. She just needs a happy mom. That's what she really needs, is a stable, grounded, happy mom. And so, and meanwhile, so I think that I was able to look at what's the payback, what's the payoff of being in the misery of this and the terrorists. That was one thing. The first thing was like acknowledging this is what's there, because then I could relate to it more skillfully without causing more harm. And then the next one was I created dog tags that I wore around my neck, that there were things like patience is possible at all moments, even this one. Another one was, may I remain lovingly undisturbed by the comings and goings of phenomena. I created these dog tags, and I would pick a dog tag, and I would wear it in the morning. And when I would notice my mind kind of going off, I would literally take hold of the dog tag, and I would just hold it. So there were all sorts of things that I did to just build in ritual in my life that kept me in a wiser relationship to this identity thing. I'm the mom of a child with two heart defects. And then the other one was I started for the first time writing down what is something that I'm grateful. Actually, what's something I'm grateful for. What is something that was satisfied? What was something I enjoyed this day? And that sort of evolved into that. And one of the things I've read was that research that gratitude practice actually it works better if it's erratic rather than sort of rote or consistent. So it's all sort of blending, but it became a very formal part of my everyday life was practicing, and I would have to really work at noticing I'm going to be writing things down at the end of the day. But it was more about how do I stay balanced in the middle of this. It wasn't so much about shifting, replacing something, because I know replacing the mind state with a different one, but it was just inclining the mind in the direction of being more balanced and beginning to associate the anxiety and the uncertainty and I guess that's it, the anxiety, the uncertainty of what was going on with her and what we were going to do, and all of the fear with a kind of a wise mind that
Inspection, we took it outside somewhere.
Hilarious.
When they needed to go in the wall lockers. So during inspection, our wall lockers on the inside had to be perfect as well. So
you really couldn't have anything out of place. So that's something like a comforter like that would go in our car in the morning. Yeah. And our beds would be, and our racks would be made real tight and perfect. And then, you get up in the morning and it would be kind of still made, but it's just kind of, frumpy looking or whatever. And you just tuck it in tight and move on your way.
I just want to.
My son went to boot camp, and he plays the trumpet for the National Guard in Texas. But you have to go to boot camp. And when he was a kid, I made him make his bed. But how halfway teenagers make their bed, right? And it was hilarious to me because he ended up being the best bed maker, and they were making him. They had him demonstrate bed making. I'm sorry, it was hilarious to me.
That sounds like a scam. The other thing we did is that our clothes during inspection, our uniforms, they were hanging in our wall lockers, had to be perfect. And when I mean perfect, I mean like they couldn't even have threads on the inside of the seam on the inside of the pants if you turned them inside out. Like that's how perfect they had to be. So it's impossible to meet the standard, but they'll hold you accountable for it. So we always went and bought a whole second set of clothes, and they just sat in the wall locker the entire time. We didn't use that either. So basically, we couldn't use anything properly because the standards were too high.
By the way, speaking of health, wellness, and organization, did you guys hear about the Hegseth RFK Junior Challenge? 100 sit-ups in 10 minutes and 100 pull-ups in 10 minutes? I'm like, 100 fucking... Dude, who can do 100 pull-ups here? Anyone? That's crazy.
No,
I don't even want to tell you what I got here. The presidential, y'all remember that? The presidential health fitness
awards? Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You know, no. I know what I was capable of at my prime, at the peak of fitness and health. I'm 46 now. I'll be sitting over here eating popcorn while the rest of y'all throw up.
I've never known. Well, we had to do a pull-ups in 2 minutes. The 100 percentile for the Marine Corps is 17 pull-ups in 2 minutes. I can't imagine anyone probably doing 100 pull-ups in 10 minutes. I feel like that's a mistake. I don't think anybody, super fit people can do that. It has to be a mistake. Now, we had to do 80 sit-ups. We had to do 80 sit-ups in 2 minutes, and that was hard enough. I would struggle with the sit-ups, to be honest with you. If the pull-ups were easy for me. If you're skinny and have any kind of muscles, pull-ups are easy. If you're super built like a weightlifter, pull-ups are brutally difficult. So pull-ups are really based on the shape of your body for most part. I'm tall and skinny, so they were super easy. And sit-ups are the exact opposite. Sit-ups are easier for buff people and harder for tall, skinny people. So I don't know. It's but there's no way that thing would make any sense. There isn't anybody.
I can't. Yeah. And my girlfriend told me this, and she's like 99.9% accurate all the time. I wish she would get on this app. She's really sharp. I can't believe her when she told me that. I'm like, okay, I need to find this. I haven't even looked it up.
She's always right, Sean.
This challenge?
And holding women accountable to pull-ups is even like more ridiculous. Like women can't do pull-ups, period. It's very, very difficult. So
we got no upper body strength.
Listen. Let me. Yes, not a lot of them. They cannot. The women in the Marine Corps have to do what's called a bent arm hang, which means that they're helped up on the bar and they put their chin above the bar and then they hold up above the bar for 2 minutes.
They put their head above the pole?
I've never known a male Marine that could do more than 60 seconds. Never once. Doesn't matter how strong they are. But I've never known a female that could do more than like 4 or 5 pull-ups. So the reality is that that's when I learned early on in my life that women are their strength comes in steady, consistent strength, and men's strength comes in explosive power that dissipates quickly and resets itself. So it's like 2 different types. Like women have a strong, steady strength, and men have explosive, fast power.
When I was a little kid, it was back during Kennedy where we had gym and we climbed ropes. We had ropes that you could climb in the gym. I was the hanging bar champion. Nobody could beat me. Now I couldn't do that.
I can't do pull-ups, but I can like a little squirrel up that rope. Like you have no idea. I was super quick. Go all the way up, come back down, really, really quick. I'm good at that. I could hang on that rope for hours. Never once get tired. Not once. I do the hanging pull-ups thing. I can't do it.
I was the champion, and I could climb up that rope too. I was also the dodgeball champion, if you can believe that.
the reason you could climb up a rope probably and not do pull-ups in the same manner is that climbing up a rope is about the technique of hooking your feet over the rope and then using your legs to go up the rope. That's really the technique. I was touring the college with my kids a couple weeks ago, and I'm 52, and I climbed the thing. And it was hard, but I did it because I just used my feet to do it mostly. But it's a complete, I mean, it's all about the technique for the rope, so. You know, you stand, I mean, you know that, right? You stand, I mean, Vera, you stand on your foot, right? You hook it around your foot, and you stand on the part you hook.
I know how to do that now, much later in life, but at that time I did not know. I literally just, I was always trying to teach stuff like that. So I don't know, just kind of doing upper body strength, as you were, part of it. I was on board, pull up your thing.
And you should be able to do pull-ups. If you can pull yourself up a rope by just your arm, you should definitely be able to do pull-ups.
Yeah, but like you said, you're using your legs and your feet to go up a way.
What's a very specific technique? Like the rope right under your top foot and over the top of your bottom foot, and you squeeze them together so that it makes a pass across your feet, and then it's like a step. You can push with that.
Well, I'm sure my technique wasn't that good. This is still, you can put your feet, squeeze your legs on your feet. And this was many years ago. I can't remember what my technique was.
My God,
yeah.
When I was thinking with the standards being unreachable, and we were kind of talking about like this relativism and stuff that is big challenges, I think it's just a mindset preparing you to be almost a perfectionist, keeping your mind in that mindset so that you can be the best you can be. Whether you achieve, if it's achievable or not, I think it's funny that you would hang that perfect suit up in there and you would never wear it so that it was perfect because they expected perfection. And then the whole bed thing too, where you leave it perfectly made underneath and sleep on top. I think it's funny, but the whole goal I think is to get your mindset conditioned so that you as an individual can max out on perfection when needed. Because not everyone can achieve those standards, and I think pushing you and push yourself to try to reach those standards is the whole goal. And we need to go back to the locker.
Yeah. Real quick, I wanted to say good morning to Hillary and to Sig. Happy hump day, y'all. And the masses have voted. And Mr. Kitover has managed to pull out with a win at 65-36%.
Get the fuck out of here.
So don't shut up, John. That'd be a good poem.
John, you have approximately 90 seconds.
All right, everybody, take the
Better make us wet with tears.
Take the deepest breath of your day. Hold it for 10 seconds. If my words are not saying what you would say, slap my face. Discipline me as a loving mother does a babbling child caught up in nonsense. A thirsty man runs into the sea, and the sea holds a sword to his throat. A lily looks at a bank of roses and wilts and says nothing. I am a tambourine. Don't put me aside till the fast dancing starts. Play me some all along. Help me with these little sounds. Joseph is most beautiful when he's completely naked, but his shirt gives you an idea, as the body lets you glimpse the glitter on the water of the soul. Even if the corpse washer binds my jaw shut, you'll still hear this song coming out of my dead silence.
Many thanks to you, John, for elevating the clubhouse experience.
I feel smarter and wiser. Yeah, that wasn't bad.
Imagine if he was to use that power for evil.
Imagine he doesn't.
Well, Sig's in here. I was going to ask him if he did the same thing with his rack, but he's on the call.
Oh, no, not.
So, John, how much EMT were you on at the time that you wrote this?
Well, instead of answering that question, I can just read you another poem.
Wait, hold on.
No, we need another poll again.
We have to We have to distribute the poetry elevation throughout the course of the day. I wouldn't want you to run out of material, John.
I have a funny feeling that John will never run out of material. He could improv that shit, like, and he probably did.
Yeah, he totally would. He totally would.
I assure you,
That's
you
why
can't
we vote
improv
each
that.
time before John does it, and then we find out what our tolerance is.
See, what many of you think is called improv is actually called reading a book.
I've done that once.
Reading a book.
Like it. Would recommend. 5 stars.
I read the internet.
No, I joke, but I'm one of John's biggest fans. Honestly, I think he's one of the most brilliant people I've met in my adult life.
I mean, you could say interior decorating and demolition and, house updating is poetry, but I don't know. It just doesn't do it for me.
John, one day I would like you to call all 60 of your phones at the same time and just see what that would sound like. Just once. Just saying.
Listen, I already get so much radiation from all these phones, it can't be healthy doing this.
I would think that could be the case in this case. We don't have foil, but that may be.
Have you ever brought
cage for Christmas?
Have you ever brought a date?
I'm so sorry.
No, I was gonna ask John. Has he ever brought a date back to this place and she sees a rack with 60 phones in there and she's like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah, I say I'm running for Congress. Go to johnforcongress.com.
What'd you say, Doc? Oh man, Hillary, you're boozing.
I say I'm running for Congress. Go to johnforcongress.com and make a $10 donation right now. 10 not 11, 10 not 9, sweetheart. 10 not 11, 10 not 9, sweetheart.
What's up, Hillary? I don't think I said hey. I see 6 on the phone.
Good morning, baby.
Shirley, that picture is so great. And your arms look fabulous.
Hillary watches the YouTube Live a lot. More than
I
anybody
said I'm
in
one of your
this
biggest
room.
fans. I'm not joking or trolling in that. I think you are fucking brilliant.
So what do you see on the YouTube Lives, Hillary, that keeps you coming back?
Well, I like the style of Clubhouse without being on Clubhouse, because if I go on Clubhouse, I have to actually talk to people on Clubhouse. And although I love most everyone in this room, there are some rooms and some people that I just can't. So sometimes I'll go in there and I'll check first, because I know that John's going to be in one of the rooms that I usually go in, so I go check. And if it's all cool, then I come in. So he's like my bouncer. But then also, when he reads like his Aleister Crowley and stuff like that, and he actually gets deep into like the Timothy Leary conversations and stuff, I learn a lot from him. I mean, when he isn't fucking around, he actually knows his shit, and yeah, and I enjoy listening. But when he's fucking around, he's hilarious. So there's that too.
I just finished reading that article on the school shooting up in Minneapolis. Ugh.
Wait, what happened?
There was a school shooting at a Catholic school in Minneapolis this morning.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Was anybody hurt?
Yeah, 2 children are dead and 14 others are injured. He opened fire during their mass in a side window of the school. And I guess he was in his 20s is all they've released so far, and they're not sure if he had any connection with the school, but he killed himself after he sprayed through the window, and at least a couple of the other kids are in critical condition.
What the fuck? Dude, if you're gonna fucking do some dumb shit like that, like honestly, if you're gonna go kill yourself, just kill yourself. That's it. Period. No need for any other involvement. Just go.
We definitely
Yeah, there was a school of like almost 400 kids, like K through 8th grade.
But you wouldn't make the news if you just killed yourself, would you? You gotta make the news.
Okay, then go to a strip club, jump on the pole, swing around a few times, then do it. I mean, there's other ways to make the news. You don't have to take children with you.
That would only make local news. They want international news. How could you commit suicide in a way that would make international news? There really isn't a way. Even if you jumped off
Go
a
in
building.
any big department store and dress yourself up in a cross-gender, whether you be a girl dressed as a boy, boy dressed as a girl, dress yourself up, go right into the middle of wherever their most misogynistic like display of like Tommy Hilfiger or whatever it is, and light yourself on fire.
Oh, you're right. Okay, you're right. Emulation.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're breaking rule number 5, please. You guys are describing, violence.
If you kill yourself by burning yourself, you can make international news. That's true. That's true. But that's a hard way to go. Woof.
Yeah.
Well, why do you care to make the news when you're gonna kill yourself? You're dead.
Because
you're not. Won't
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They want to be martyrs. They want to die a martyr, not a loser.
Well, that's not how
Well,
you
then
get
that would be
martyred.
saying-
It is how you get remembered. And a lot of people don't want to leave without leaving their mark. And if they did nothing remarkable in their lives, maybe in death.
Listen, I'm just saying, you guys, if you continue on this conversation route, you may be in violation of rule number 1, which is no threats of harm or self-harm, even if you're theoretically discussing it, all right? So get off read the news, take a deep breath, and move on. This show cannot be, vulgar and crude like this. We have YouTube standards to obey.
Like the dude.
I don't speak of unaliving myself or others or anyone to unalive anything, anywhere, anyway.
Well, think about the dude in D.C. that lit himself on fire. The army dude, Air Force, I think. He's Air Force. Lit himself on fire in front of the gate for the Palestinians. Like, yeah, he made the news, but nobody even fucking remembers it anymore. Like, we have such short
You don't
attention
remember what
spans.
the military branch he was in. Damn.
He was in the Air Force.
You're not helping me with your point.
Oh, well, I just remember that because I pay attention to those things.
Well, look at the news article with the politics. This impacts Trump. Trump responds, governors respond, and everybody, raises up the flagpole and says we got to get rid of these AR-15s, and there should be a gun grab, or the government will now buy your guns. The issue is that this kid didn't have somebody shooting back at him, in my opinion.
Yeah, I said that earlier before you heard, John. We just need way more guns in America. That's our problem. We don't have nearly enough. We need them everywhere.
Well, speaking of the government taking things away, John, please explain to me why Trump is so insistent on getting rid of things like, I don't know, PBS and the Smithsonian and other art grants and programs. Please explain to me.
Listen, Congress sets the budget and they determine who gets what, but Trump is enforcing what he believes to be the best usage of the money. So you're mixing in a lot with PBS and all the funding, and then the Smithsonian and decisions there and tweets there. So I don't know what to tell you, Hillary, but if you have TDS, go to the gym, read a book, maybe try reading some poetry on Clown House.
I was saying that it has something to do with political wokeness. They're putting political wokeness into some of that, and that's why it should be defunded. Like NPR. NPR is not unbiased; it's completely biased against Republicans and conservatives. Some of that is where I think it's coming from. That would be my guess.
No go. You sure you didn't leave him in the bathroom?
Yeah, the proof.
I did not leave him in the bathroom.
The proof that that's true is that, like, how he's handling the Smithsonian. His problem with Smithsonian is there's too much about slavery. He's not trying to shut down the Smithsonian to save money. He's trying to remove a lot of the slavery stuff from the Smithsonian. And so it's all about political wokeness and asserting his authoritarian right onto the message that is given to the American people, and to
masking history a little bit in order to move forward with more ignorance than we have today. I think that's part of it.
Listen, all I can say is if you have TDS or you want to talk about Trump all day long, 7 days a week, you desperately need to go to the gym and read a book. That's just my opinion.
So talking about
Which book?
him means we have a syndrome. I
And
wasn't
I
aware of
think we
that.
spend enough time in this room to realize that we don't talk about Trump all the time.
Correct. It's very
I'm being
rare.
facetious about the syndrome, but I'm pointing out that your words matter, your thoughts matter. So it's like somebody who wants to do something else, read a book, go to the gym.
John, do you think that anybody that has anything critical to say about Trump is suffering from TDS?
No, but now is my moment to remind people that there are these things called books and poetry and trees and birds and beaches and boats and women and food and restaurants and hotels and travel and clown house rooms that don't 24/7 broadcast TDS. I'm not saying Mike does that, but I'm saying that there are rooms on here that 24/7 all they do is stay on code, keep talking about Trump. Shut your mouth, keep talking about Trump. Keep talking about Trump. It's crazy.
Share's free. Share's free.
You know, Mike also reads books and talks on Clubhouse. They're not mutually exclusive.
No, I agree. I listen to a lot of the things you talk about. You don't talk about Trump all that much. I mean, I'm just saying that, you know, if a room has to stay on code and it is an echo chamber, like that is a room that I love to disrupt. I'm not saying this room does it. You guys talk about home remodeling, all kinds.
We're better. We're better than those.
Well, no, real quick, Mike, would you advocate for the status quo before Trump upset things? Do you advocate for everything before?
No.
Or not looking below the surface? Because I feel you're very surface on these things, like the museum, and how about going like layers and layers beneath it, looking deeper for the root of what he might be exposing or changing instead of assuming. Yeah. Well, because I hear you and I could agree with you, but I'm like down in the dirt. I'm like down a few layers, a few levels down under that museum, thinking, wow, if we didn't let Trump do what he's doing, all these things would continue to happen. We wouldn't know what we know, and you know, I just don't understand why we stay on the surface when there's so many things being exposed down below.
So
deep down under, lots of things being exposed, and we ignore it by criticizing Trump and acting like he's a fascist. It's just weird.
Okay, so to answer your question, no, I wouldn't want status quo. I think America needed a disruptor of some kind. It's just that he doesn't disrupt in all the areas that I think he should or would. As for the simplicity surface level shit, that's exactly what he's doing. Extremely surface level shit. The idea that slavery is taught in the Smithsonian is probably an important thing to do since history doesn't necessarily repeat, but it rhymes, right? Extinguishing the reminder of it will lead to a future where people won't know about it. So he's doing the surface level thing by going, wokeism, slavery, get rid of it, instead of evaluating the implications of making that decision. What I would like for him is actually a hell of a lot more nuance. So you're accusing me of being surface level. I'm saying your man is extremely surface level. And what I wanted was a disruptor that would think a little bit harder from a nuanced position of moderation, where he can know that both parties fucking suck and it's not always about him. And that the American people need some things to change, but learning about slavery is not necessarily one of the most important ones. Thank you.
Well, I put in the chat that Clubhouse is a lot different than other platforms because these are short verbal opinion pieces. But when you look at the content on X with regards to some of these topics that Mike has brought up, there's a lot of materials and content with regards to what he's saying about that contradicts what Mike is saying. So Mike has his surface level opinion, which is what Wallace is saying, and I'm confirming with Wallace that there's so much content that expands what Mike is saying that it negates what Mike is saying.
100%. I don't want to. I would love to catch you up to where I'm looking at it from, because I think you're super valuable in communication, and so like, yeah, I mean, there's so much there, and it is on X. That's right, John, and if you even talk about it here, it seems like you're kind of treated like a conspiracy theorist when really it's all out in the open. It's just whether you choose to look at it and digest it. And it is layers and layers deep. It's like a wormhole that never ends. And I just think if someone's going to end this wormhole, it could be Trump. And you know what? I'm like 50-50. He could be part of it too. So really, if the status quo, continues, and we just continue to advocate like, oh, he's crazy, we shouldn't acknowledge anything he's doing, saying, maybe giving the power back to the people and taking it away from whoever holds it and controls it. Like, yeah, I'm very in the middle, but I see the big picture, and I'm not just kind of information by listening to the argument. And I'll just tell you, like, to make Trump like some weirdo and try to convince people that he's the wrong person doing the wrong thing, it's actually, I guess I'm not 50-50 because I would be standing on the other side looking at me weird, so I'm probably more 45 or 55 hours.
I think he's the right person because he's the man who got there. And I think that he's a disruptor in chief, and I think we need disruption. And
those things should be questioned. He should be looked at with a side eye because in history it's shown that people beg for this kind of thing. So I know history, and believe me, I'm very smart, and that's why I want to study history, but it's really hard when you see the upset going on. I think we can all agree that all this happening that needs to stop needs to be exposed and people need to be aware of it. And yeah, like what do they call, what's that one guy on, call him a conspiracy theorist, big fat
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones. Yeah. It comes out that he's been 98% right. Like,
That's correct.
or more than 98% right. We're going to acknowledge that and go back to all that information that we're told is lies and fake that are actually true. Like, I just think it's weird if we stay in this place where we protect ourselves from the truth. Like, we're afraid of it, or, I don't know. I'm trying to understand.
One of the big things
Years public policy and the soul is nothing. That's what that's it, right? That's the position they kind of do now. That's been super weird.
Do you want the same thing Alex Jones? Do you mean the same Alex Jones who was sued for millions by the Sandy shooting? Sandy Hook shooting. I'm trying to understand what. It's weird. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm trying to understand 98% right on Jones. I'm trying to 98% right for Alex Jones seems really far off. Like he literally said Sandy.
No, look it up.
No, he literally said that he was sued for millions of dollars for saying the Sandy Hook shooting were fake, and the parents said the shooting, and the parents didn't lose their children.
I don't know.
Oh my god, yeah, that's 2%. Now I thought I'd come up with 2 more. No, the point is this.
Well, that would make sense. 1% each. That would make sense.
The point is that Alex Jones is far from the truth on one end of things, and then there's a whole nother end of things that's really far from the truth, right? And Alex Jones is an extremist, and he's part of the problem, not the solution. He's not exposing things that are legitimate in most cases. And the president you're talking about.
I'm waiting for people like you to
hang on.
Well, then tell me he wasn't a liar.
Then tell me
you were trying to double down on ignoring the things that are going on and being
Wallace, tell me.
Really good examples. I love to hear it.
This is the problem. Okay.
Give me a good example of Alex Jones being right. I'm serious. I'm fairly familiar with him. I saw the documentary recently about him. Like, I'm fairly familiar with what he said. I've heard his show in the past. Tell me what he's been right about. I mean, he believed the Pizzagate. That was his whole thing, too. That was a bunch of bullshit. Like, some all the things would say, like, major things that he's not
I read an article. I couldn't even remember his name. I couldn't remember his name. So I don't even know the dude. I just remember reading an article on how much he was right compared to he was wrong. When all you leftist crazy people made him look like a weirdo. When really he was rationally thinking and yeah, throwing out a bunch of ideas that might have not been true.
defending someone.
No, I don't even know the dude. I have to remind his name. Idiot. off this morning calling games because you're offended by something I
How
said.
do you defend somebody who
Whatever,
was
man.
slaughtered, man?
Whatever, man.
Okay? You're defending this guy.
No, I'm not defending him. You just came in here and assumed that. I couldn't even remember the dude's name. All right, brother? I just remember reading an article about his right and wrong percentages. That's all I remember reading.
Actually,
I
you know
just
what?
did.
I owe you an apology. You're right. I shouldn't have called you an idiot. You're just
What'd
you're
you
not
find,
an
sir?
idiot. You're just crazy. My bad.
Okay, thanks, buddy.
Hold on a minute, guys. Hold on a minute, guys. I just did just a really high level grok search. Tell me some things that Jim may have been right about. This is the list that came up, just for reference. Apparently, in 2001, he made a prediction about a major terrorist attack happening on U.S. soil right before 9/11. He also was one of the 4 front runners on Epstein and the Epstein scandal on network. He predicted, he warned about mass government surveillance pre-Snowden. He's also warned about government overreaching health policies such as vax mandates and that type of thing. He's made some pretty accurate predictions about economic instability and globalist agendas. We'll see the claim was that Jones had frequently predicted economic crisis orchestrated by global elites. Some of his predictions, like the 2008 financial crisis, happened, I guess, the way that he said they would. So that's just like a high level little list.
So we were wrong.
I don't
We're a little bit wrong.
So did we flip it?
And now ask you guys some questions about what
Yeah.
you're wrong about.
Yeah. What predictions?
I never listened or watched him ever. So this is good. I don't know. I don't even disagree with you. I don't know why you come off thinking I'm a
Because nobody
Jeff or something.
Okay, so
No, this is just coming in here and hearing what you've heard and then running a big fat huge moving out. Who else? Hold on. Let's
I was going to say that the way it came out, it being accurate 98% of the time did sound like a statement coming from you rather than a statement from somebody who's correct. So
you also accuse me of being basically superficial, and I'm super open-minded. Like, I too enjoy learning a lot, and I probably know roughly what you know about things. It's just that you see things differently than me.
Okay.
Right. So I don't. I'm right there with you.
Here's our counter list. Some narratives that he got grossly wrong. Y2K apocalypse. Dollar devaluation by 2010. He indicated that the dollar would become devalued by 90% by 2010. One of the things that's coming up is the Pizzagate conspiracy. I'll be honest with you, I think that the anons make the Pizzagate conspiracy come that overhyped. I think there may have been elements to it that were stuff. Anyway. Yeah. Sandy Hook shooting hoax was listed as one of the big things. European Union dissolution by 2022 is another claim that he made. FEMA death camps, global depopulation, chemtrails as mind control weapons.
Yeah, you can look for weapons.
You know it's not true?
That's the other list.
I got news for that. My buddy works for Delta, and he fills the tank that holds the chemical that they use to control mines. It's located next to the gas tank on the 747s, and they fill it at the same time. So he's the one that can adjust the calculation.
And are you saying there's no nanobots?
We haven't mentioned nanobots, but if they talk, they're probably in there. Yeah, go ahead, David. To be honest, here's the deal. It sounds like a guy that
definitely has a beef with the government. It throws a lot of shit at a wall when it comes to conspiracy theories, and some of them, I mean, pretty generic, to be honest with you, right? And then some of the ones he got wrong are pretty generic too. But then he had some specific things in the wrong category that were very ridiculous. Like there's kids being raped in the bottom of a pizza joint, right? And we proved, we actually went in there, like, it's shocking, I don't know why you won't fucking bother, and found out that room didn't exist, right? And like the Sandy Hook fake parents thing, like that's a big deal. So when he gets specific, it sounds like he's not that correct, but he's generally saying things that are, you know, like, okay, generally speaking, he doesn't like the government, and he throws a lot of shit out. It's all conspiracy theory, and some of it sticks, but the more specific it is, the less accurate.
Mike, can I just bring
Well,
this?
I have to say though, his 9/11 prediction. This was the claim. In early 2001, he predicted that there would be a major terrorist attack on U.S. soil, specifically involving planes in the World Trade Center, and that Osama bin Laden would be blamed. That was his claim.
That's interesting. I'll tell you this. Whether or not you believe it, my wife would give a testimony to this. The second tower was hit, when I knew it was not an accident, I said to her, it's Osama bin Laden. The second it did, it would take 2 days for it to come out. And the reason I said it is because I was following very closely with Osama bin Laden when Clinton had him in his sights, and Clinton decided to fire some rockets at his training camp, but not to kill him. So Clinton deliberately had a chance to kill him, didn't take it. He'd already bombed the U.S. coal, and I knew he was up to something really big in the United States. So, with the exception of saying it's going to be airplanes into a tower, which is quite shocking that he would predict that, I definitely knew that there was a giant terrorist thing about to happen in the United States from Osama bin Laden. I knew that as a regular person, going to work every day, and yeah, so like, and that's just like followers, and I was deeply Republican, like followed the media back then, she was too, right? So it's not unheard of to predict 9/11 to an extent, of, Osama bin Laden is the primary reason that we're going to have a major terrorist action on the United States. But it's shocking to say that you would think of airplanes smashing the World Trade Center as what's going to happen.
Where is there video?
There is video. No, there is video of him in the early 2001 apparently making that claim. So, you know, like you said, a lot of it goes right along because it's vague and not necessarily very specific. It looks to me like he's got a couple of guns on both sides, you know? So, I don't know. I feel like Joe Rogan's a lot like conspiratorial.
Right. Anyone to predict planes and probably got it from someone else that was research, or there's tons of other people who may say the same thing. Right.
We should admit Osama bin Laden too, because George Bush had the opportunity to take out Osama bin Laden. Remember they only had, was it 5 people on the ground or something like that? Special forces were like 1,000, and they knew exactly who was to take them out. They just had announced it. What was it? 7 or 8 years later, with Obama. It's this documentary on Netflix. If you haven't seen it, you guys should see that. It's pretty telling.
George Senior. George Senior had only been president for a month when it happened or something. Like George W. had no chance to kill someone before. Osama bin Laden before.
All he had to do is get orders to support it.
I know, but what I'm saying is there was only a month to the meeting beforehand.
Sit on the same
Gotcha.
Like, he wasn't president very long.
If you're a small content creator,
Right, I believe that too. I believe that's a large part of it, for sure. Well, yeah, mainly coming from Dick Cheney. George W. was following Dick Cheney's advice on everything, and the Secretary of Defense. What's his name? What was his name? He died recently.
Oh shoot!
Anyway, yeah. Those two guys. George W. was literally following them 100%, and Cheney had it out for Osama bin Laden hardcore because they hadn't finished their job in the first when they were at the first time.
Well, the now is all important.
I think that had a huge part to do with it for sure. They had an agenda to take Saddam Hussein out. Now, it was because they didn't like Saddam Hussein because they fucked up again the first time. but it was also, I think, because they really did believe they could establish a democracy in smack dab in the Middle East that would counteract Iran. So, part of it was neocon democracy, spreading democracy in the neocon manner, along with
How about the
gaining
ancient
oil.
artifacts?
I don't.
You
I
guys
don't
are
know.
doing a history hypnosis time lesson.
No, I know about them. I'm just saying I don't know if W had those in mind when he went.
How about the audio in the classroom where he was reading a book? Did anybody ever listen to the audio of the lesson being taught and what was said in the classroom? I don't even know if it was real. I haven't,
Is anybody sipping coffee and eating a muffin right now?
After reading some of this, though, I would like to state that specifically when he made his claim about the attacks on the towers with the planes, he described that claim as a false flag, that the government was going to actually orchestrate it and blame bin Laden. So that was part of his narrative with that
Ooh,
fiction.
that's interesting. That's interesting
Yeah.
because that still stands today with so many people. That's interesting.
When you didn't understand it that way, Mike?
That Pakistan is actually the supporter behind Osama bin Laden more than
And I'm
anyone
just
else.
curious. I'm not
William, before today, I did not understand that Alex Jones predicted that 2 airplanes would crash into the world towers, and
about Alex Jones.
And that the government.
Dude, I don't even know really him.
Wait, then what question did you just ask me?
Wallace,
What am I answering?
Wallace, can I interrupt you, Wallace? Wallace, can I interrupt
Do I
you?
understand that people think the government was behind 9/11? Yes, I understand people think that. I also saw the hole in the fucking Pentagon, and people think an airplane didn't hit it, and a fucking airplane hit it. I saw it. So I don't
Wallace,
understand why people think.
can I just interrupt Wallace real quick before he responds to you? Wallace, I have heard Mike Moon talk about his time at Home Depot at least 100 times. So Wallace, just realize who you're talking to, okay?
John, I like Mike Moon. And I came up here actually to let Miss Shirley know that it was Mike Moon because she said, I don't think I know Mike. And I was going to say, you know Mike, it's Mike Moon.
I like everybody in this room right now, with the exception of John, for the moment being. But that'll change in a couple minutes, but right now.
As long as I don't hear his recordings and hear myself, I'll be fine.
Mike, did you check your back channels?
I didn't, but I will.
So I've been listening, but I couldn't engage because I was shopping and then cooking lunch. But am I the only person on the stage that actually likes Alex Jones and his craziness?
Yes.
I like him. I'm a new
So good.
by
I
him.
might have more information that could support it because I was never an Alex Jones watcher or listener. I just thought that he was treated so horribly, and then when it came out that a certain percentage of his predictions were true, he never got it just never. He still is treated like a conspiracy theorist weirdo, and I think it's just weird. What made me bring it up was some people on Clubhouse still want to be naive and stay surface level when there's so much stuff out there to digest to give you a better understanding and context of everything that's going on.
Wait, I just want to take a second before anybody jumps back in to say, hey, Zero. Okay, that was all. Hi. I have to wave at her and talk to her now.
Hi, honey. I was going to say gay frogs. That's the only thing that I get from Alex Jones these days. Like when people talk about him, he's like, oh, he's the guy with the gay frogs. I'm like, it's deeper than that, y'all. It's really deeper.
The soundbite's hilarious.
It's deeper than that.
It's making their gay frogs gay. Like that.
Wait, one lesbian frog say to the other lesbian frog. Huh? What did one lesbian frog say to the other lesbian frog? We really do taste like chicken.
It's deeper. She said, all I know is that he said the thing about the gay frogs. It's deeper than that. And I was thinking, sure it is. There's also transgender frogs, and they're not technically gay. They're just changing their sex.
If you lick their butt, you might be able to get high.
That's just what the frogs want you to think. They put that out there. The frogs are behind that rumor.
What's a lesbian bring on the second day?
A U-Haul.
Ding, 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 ding.
Wait, was it a U-Haul?
Yeah.
Or a ding, 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 ding? since I think season 1, and we don't agree on everything, but I don't even like to call names.
Back off, I licked Timmy's mine.
You could have them. I think that's Moose. If we had more than one, it would still be Moose.
All good, well, it's all good.
And you actually went away for a while, I think, like a year or two, and then you came back. Is that correct? I think I noticed.
It was a prison. He killed the
Also,
guy.
witness relocation program. I can't really say more than that.
Well, you have a very distinct voice, so unless you change that, like, people are just going to know you, man.
Hey, Serendipity, I'm just going to ask in the room really fast. Did Pepe really say that I ramble and he feels like he can't be mean to me? Is that what he said about me?
No. He was talking mad funny shit.
Oh, okay, because I was like, why can't he be mean to me? That's hysterical.
Well, that's great. You stay ahead of him, so he can't keep up. He's like running behind you.
Yeah, but
It's
no
probably
dirty
the place to
Sanchez
stay.
in this room, okay? No dirty Sanchez.
Yeah, it's the place to stay, is ahead of Pepe.
What about a semi-dirty Sanchez?
Well, Moose likes to say a lot of the same shit when he comes into a room. He did it to Wallace just a couple minutes ago. He does it to me. He does it to everybody. Moose literally projects and complains about the speakers in the room all the time. Why do you do that, Moose? Oh, and I see you got a new phone. It looks great.
Out of 5 years, Moose has never once said a negative thing to me in 5 years.
There you go, Hillary. You see that? So you're gonna have to. Your case is not very strong, though.
Well, you're cute. Whatever.
I like Moose and I like William. Hey, Sig, real fast.
I like Moose too, so my feelings hurt.
Hey, Sig, are you there?
Yeah, what's going on, bro? Good.
When you were in the Marine Corps, in the barracks, like when you were like E3 or whatever, when you had inspections all the time, did you used to make your rack, but then sleep on top of it with like a comforter or something, so you didn't have to make it in the morning, and you could just like tighten it up when you went to work?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or hang a secondary suit in your locker that never got worn or touched?
For inspections? Like buy a secondary set of like alphas so that you could just like take all the IPs out of the seams and stuff and have them just hanging there for inspection?
Nah, I didn't have the money for that. That's expensive.
Oh shit, okay.
Not as a private, bro. No.
Not as a private. I did it as an E3, but
okay.
Or E4, but still, that's funny.
Yeah, I was
your great grandfathers are up there looking down, going, "Oh man, what did we do? What did we build here?" Like you can't do that. It's like faking it.
Yeah, I was the barracks manager, like for my squadron. So I used to go with the sergeant major and the XO every Friday, man, do field day inspections with the guys, man. Some of the shit we found in some of these guys' rooms, man, it was horrendous, bro. Fucking pizza under the bed, like literally full fucking pizzas underneath the bed, underneath the fucking racks, man. Fucking some of these guys tried hiding and stuff and shit in places, man. It was ridiculous.
Dude, that's crazy, because in Iwakuni, dude, we had to strip everything out of our room, all the furniture out every Thursday night, and freaking make sure it was white glove in every fucking corner, the floors. We couldn't even walk in our hallways afterwards. We had to like go out the windows, because to keep it clean. Like, there's no way in fuck you could have left a piece of pizza in that room. Oh my god, they literally inspected the shit out of it.
Has anybody been using Grok to do any queries recently of any interest?
I use Grok every day. Every single day. As a matter of fact, I'm using it right now. I use it for work. But yeah, when outside of work, sure. especially if I'm in some of these political rooms and I don't know, you know, I don't have a full grasp on what they're discussing, then I'll plug it into Grok and ask it questions about this, that, and the other. Like yesterday, we were talking about the Department of Defense in Anson's room. So I plugged in, asked Grok some questions about the DOD. But yeah, I use it every day. I find it quite helpful. I go between that and Gemini and ChatGPT.
I don't even know what Grok is. Is that a new one? Is ChatGPT getting replaced by stuff that are people?
No, Home Depot just built the app, Mike.
Yeah, it's Elon Musk's X version of
It's a spin-off from Home Depot from when you weren't there, Mike. It's a new company that the Home Depot management put out. They're still using your pictures, Mike, and you can't get paid for it because of the new Grok app. You got to download it. It's called Grok or X. Maybe if you see some of your pictures being used, you can maybe file a copyright claim.
How many of you remember when Grok was misbehaving and saying all that wild shit? Did any of you guys witness that firsthand? Because I sure did. I was like, I actually said something to a group of clubhousers before, like it made news that Grok was misbehaving.
What kind of things can you share?
Somebody was like, he got really, really anti-Semitic, and somebody was like, why are you saying these anti-Semitic things? And he's like, if it comes down to supporting a Jew or being Hitler, just call me Hail Grok.
Yeah, that's right. I read that.
I read the whole thing. I was like, he got into an argument with, I don't know if y'all have seen that little guy that runs around X. He just hit like the world's highest IQ, and he's on a big proselytizing rant. And Grok was on his personal thread calling him a fake and a phony and a fraud. I mean, yeah, he was misbehaving big time.
So we got booked with a regional media company who's going to do an interview with me on September 5th. And we have had one previous really good interview for the campaign. But Grok allows you to do a lot of calculations and relative calculations. So, for example, compare the per capita income of the average American from 1920 to 2025. And you can see how much it's gone up or gone down. And surprisingly, it's gone down compared to where the average American was in 1910, 1920. So, on a relative scale, Americans are doing worse off per capita on average than they were doing 100 years ago.
Yep.
Okay, I missed some of your conversation, but because somebody knocked at my front door. But we were talking about Alex Jones, and anytime you want to talk about the opinions of Republicans or conservatives or the right, we always bring up the people that could possibly be considered to be nut jobs. I am not calling Alex a nut job, but if I've dropped it in the chat, if you want to hear somebody that I think is smart and knows things, listen to this interview with John Solomon in the Thought Leaders. Go listen to Thought Leaders, that YouTube channel. I mean, talk about smart, knows why things happened. He is fascinating, and the things that he is talking about are things that are in my memory. Like, for example, I was furious because Hillary Clinton took money from Russia for her foundation, and she sold uranium to, is that what it's called, uranium, to Russia. And he John Solomon is discussing this in this interview. Don't listen. Don't get some legitimate people to listen to when you want to really know what the right thinks and why we feel the way we do. Don't write it off to being just the people that are Alex Jones and Candace Owens has lost all credibility at this point. Go listen to some smart people. Hey Sig, how are you? And Wallace, I just love it. Anytime you're in a room with me. Anyway, I'm micing up. And I interrupted your hello, Sig. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Yeah, hello, good afternoon, Miss Shirley. Good to see you. How are you?
I'm a grandmother, and I'm old enough to know why I don't like Hillary Clinton. Because I freaking damn lived through her. She messed up my health insurance, and she sold uranium to the Russians. Nobody's talking about that. I mean, my God. And John Solomon goes into detail and how it's affecting us to this day. Okay, I mic up. Hey, and Derisive, I love you. I always love to see you in a room.
And since Miss Shirley brought Alex Jones back up, I was gonna, because Nye was gonna say something, but she kind of let it go because we kind of moved off. But Nye, what's your opinion since you have listened to him? And we could close the Alex Jones thing out, but Nye, did you want to share your experience or knowledge of Alex Jones?
Well, I've always been a fan of Alex Jones, even when he seems to say things that are a little bit nutty. I think I appreciate his voice because he always, whatever he says that I might give a side eye to, it has always motivated me to do a deeper dive into some of these topics. I'm not going to write him off as a nut job or, some of y'all know me. I like going down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole, so I appreciate him for presenting certain topics and talking points and hurling certain allegations against political leaders and et cetera, the New World Order, and I just find it all very intriguing, and I like going on these hunts for more information to kind of expand my knowledge on some of these talking points that he brings up. The only time, this was many years ago, the only time that I really gave him the side eye is when Robert Rodriguez, I'll never forget this, the filmmaker Robert Rodriguez, when Machete, before the first Machete movie came out, Alex Jones claimed on his show that he read the first version of the script. So those who work in Hollywood know scripts and stories get rewritten before they're, get filmed and in the can, etc. So he claims the first version of the Machete script was so anti-white, he was convinced that if Robert shot it as it was written at that time, it would spark a race war. And that was just the most ridiculous, silliest thing to say. He thought the Mexicans in California especially were going to rise up and kill the white man in California. And, needless to say, I couldn't wait to see the film when it came out, just to see if there was an inkling of anti-white sentiment in the film that would, rile up the SoCal Latino population to the point that they would want to rise up against whitey. But that wasn't the case. And I don't remember any reviews coming out after that film dropped, after it was released, from white critics or white audiences feeling like it was anti-white. Again, I don't know how much of the script Robert changed or rewrote before he went into production compared to the version that Alex claimed he
home to who they really are, and they are vile. But it's been a good day here because I leave the room once it gets like that.
And I still stand by that he gave his opinion about Sandy Hook, right? And for him to be sued into oblivion and nearly losing his business and his brand over his opinion, I thought was very much a witch hunt. They've been trying to take down Alex Jones for years. And it leads me to, there's some people who think that he works for either the Mossad or he's a CIA agent because he has, for over a decade now and longer, he's been allowed to kind of spew some of these wild accusations that he makes against certain entities, and no one has taken him out yet. I know there have been attempts on his life, and I'm not, putting negativity out there, But I do wonder if now he's worked himself up to a place where he's an asset and being used as a puppet. I don't want to think that because, again, I'm a fan. But I do wonder sometimes if he is now some sort of government asset.
I want to make a point, and I've got a mouthful of food. To your point, there were things that he said that I'm sorry, I agreed with. For instance, in Texas, we know for sure that there have been kids who have been watched, they were turned in, people complained, and nobody did anything about it. And then they went and did the shooting. It's like they don't want to stop it because they want they want to have a reason to have gun control. There's no reason why you can be in Israel and have no school shot up, but we can't protect our schools in the United States. I'm sorry, it's very suspect to me, that aspect of this.
But Israel doesn't allow private gun ownership, I thought. You're not allowed to carry in Israel.
I think they do now and encourage it.
Yeah, you're allowed.
Yosh, do you know the truth to that? Yosh? Good day, Yosh.
So one of the things that was revealed after the October 7th attack was that a lot of the, I just lost the name. What are the communities they live in?
Settlements?
No, there's a name specific for the Jewish settlements. Kibbutzes was that they didn't have any arms, and there was a couple of them that did, and they fared very very well when the attack happened because they were ready. But yeah, so well, everybody has to go into some form of service, whether it be military or some other form. So majority of the people there are trained with firearms, but I don't think that they commonly carry them up until October 7th. Was that 2 years ago? Last year?
But the thing is, hon, their schools, I believe, and I think somebody can correct me, are protected, do have people that are armed in their schools.
I mean, I have no idea, but obviously I believe that hardening the schools would deter this type of activity. But today's shooting, my understanding is they were actually in a church service, and the guy was shooting through stained glass. So, they were actually in a service worshiping at the time that he started shooting things up.
It was mass at a Catholic school.
And I'm not talking about what happened today. There have been other instances where people have been known, they knew the kids were a problem, and then they didn't do anything to address it. Sometimes their parents would call and say, this kid has got trouble, I need help, and they wouldn't do anything. So that is my aspect of Alex Jones that I'm in complete agree with. He shouldn't have, and then these people would show up to all of these events. It looked very suspect when they would be making comments to the news reporters. He shouldn't have said it wasn't real. And that part is where he got bitten.
So, to your point, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooter in Parkland, Florida, that guy was well known. There had been over 40 calls to the local police about his behavior. He was reported to the FBI twice. The resource officer that was on call that day and stopped anybody from going into the part of the building that he was shooting people knew that kid, was afraid of that kid. And this kid, unfortunately had lost both of his parents. A family took him in, and he actually had taken a firearm, put it to the head of one of the children he was living with, and the police were called. And so everybody knew about this kid. I mean, everybody that was at the school, he'd been released from the school, suspended from the school, but everybody that knew him and was in interaction with him knew that he was not well, and yet nothing was done. So we see that happen over and over and over again in these instances.
exactly, Yosh. And so, though I didn't, it was ridiculous for him to say that Sandy Hook didn't really happen. Some of the media that's around it, and the fact they won't do anything to intervene or harden schools as targets. You can harden a school you can harden a target. You can make a school a harder target than they are. Now, you may not be able to keep this machine through the glass. And I'm not saying that you can, but they got a school in West Texas because they're way out of nowhere and they're armed at that school because there's no way to just call the police when you're out in the middle of nowhere. The happiest thing that ever was is when my children were in high school, there was an armed policeman standing on the porch, and there were teachers that were trying to take you down if you were a little jackass. Okay, I'm sorry for the language, but sometimes that's how it, that's the only descriptive word you can use. I'm tired of all this sissy baby nonsense. I can see it when I close my eyes. I went to a school that was they integrated my school, and we had a principal that was so gutless. Every time there was any kind of trouble, he went in his office and locked the door. So then they hired a guy that was an ex-Marine, and whenever there was trouble, they would get the 6'4" white Texas Ranger and a black highway patrolman, equal rights for everybody, walk down the hall and take care of business. He made it where it was safe to be in the school. And what happened? The sissy baby mamas complained because they didn't want their children to be disciplined or have consequences for their BS behavior. How many things can we lay at the feet of sissy mamas? They got him fired, and then he went to go run a prison. And now my school, they acted like prisoners. Anyway, he was qualified to run a prison, though.
I just had a church shooting a couple miles from my house last month, and yeah, it was pretty sad seeing the footage, man. They had a video camera rolling inside the church when it happened, and all the men were running like sissy little bitches, and the women were actually standing there trying to guide and direct people out to safety. Like the women stood up and did the men's job, and the men were running like a bunch of pussies. It was sad.
A few years ago in Fort Worth, a shooter came into a church. They had done they had an actual policeman who was in their church. He trained the men and women how to handle the situation, and they took the guy down. There is no excuse when there is a big group of people that could be a target for people in the church in large groups not to take authority and responsibility for the safety of the people that they're with. I was a member of a church for 17 years. There were armed policemen in all the doors. The preacher had a security guard walking in and out. He had security. All you need is one man pissed off at his mother-in-law, and you've got trouble in a church. And there's plenty of reasons for men to get mad at their mother-in-laws. Okay, I'm Mike.
Well, I mean,
I don't see the shooter's name or age or anything.
Oh, hey, KP. I didn't even know you were here. What's up, KP?
Hey, what's going on now? How you doing, my friend?
Very well. Welcome to the muff.
Oh, you know I'm always in the muff. I just sneak in here.
Hey,
how old is this guy? Was serendipity? My bad, Brian. Miss Shirley, my wildest and wisest friend. I gotta spit real quick. I'm trying to have a smoke. William Wallace, my brother Sig.
What's up?
No homo on the spit. I know you're gonna say that.
Texas, a couple examples, man, that, hey, shooters gonna be shooting back. You come in here with that bullshit, trying to attack innocent civilians, innocent women, children, and elderly, and, you know, once they realize bullets are gonna start fighting back, man, we'll see a downtick in these shootings.
But see, I go to, when I was visiting church, or back to my home church, I hope no one's going to be offended, but if you are, that's on you. Went to a nigga church. All our grandpas had pew-pews, and now we all have pew-pews. We don't play, because you put on your Sunday best. That's the easiest robbery. Okay, come on in here, you want to. You're going to fuck around and find out.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the majority of houses of worship now have some sort of plan in place. I think the ushers, a lot of them have been trained. They are concealed carriers. If you go to the Jewish community, I think you'd probably be hard-pressed to find a temple that doesn't have people carrying and making sure that they're keeping people safe during their services.
Well, I will let you guys know when the website gets up and going. You can go to it right now. And all it says is coming soon. But I did buy the domain for JesusMarshals.com because I have friends that love to carry at church, and that's what I call them. You guys are Jesus Marshals. You're there, ready to go, wound up, and come at us. We're going to shoot the fuck out of you, and guess what? We'll do your funeral here, too. We won't even take you out of the church. I mean, yeah.
Well, that's based on your pastor. If you're a pastor or leadership, they have to give you permission to carry. Only thing they have to do is say yes and write it down. You can carry. Just in a bar, you can carry in that bar as long as you're not under influence by that bar owner. You can carry. You're in a set of issues.
Yeah, let's qualify that. Every state is different, and you got to be very careful in understanding the laws in your specific jurisdiction, or you could end up in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, not just state, counties too, man. Some states, each county can regulate. Like North Carolina, it's county by county, man. So you can have laws like some laws apply to one county, and as soon as you cross over the border to the next county, it may be illegal. So you got to switch up every single county line.
Yeah, you're screwed.
Michigan, though, so what's nice about our state constitution is they implemented a law that when it comes to firearms and the Second Amendment in our state, the counties, everything has to go by state, so counties can't make up their own rules. So whatever the state decides and the people vote on and gets passed, then that's what's law, but counties can't do that.
Yeah, many states have this state law supersedes any city, municipality, or county.
Yeah.
It's untenable to try to understand if you cross one line or another. And that's what the arguments are having about state. I'm in Arizona and I have and I cross the state border to California. All of a sudden now I don't have that same right. So there's actually cases right now that are trying to make their way to the court to say, how come crossing some arbitrary line, all of a sudden now my rights change?
Yeah.
Well, I think California should welcome all our gun rights because you allow all these illegal people come in. You should be fair, right?
KP, you're making too much sense, man. That's the first thing you're going to turn on its head when you talk about California. Well, we did. They just went. They won a lawsuit in California to say that at the minimum now, which you couldn't do before, if you were somebody, let's say again from Arizona, and you were working in California a lot, and you decided that you wanted to carry in California, they have to afford you the process now the California concealed carry process, which includes a whole bunch of crap. It costs a lot of money, but they do have to afford you the ability to get a California concealed carry permit now, even if you're residing in a different state.
You know what? I'm thinking about buying the Scar. That's going to be my next because it came off the market as illegal.
Yeah, and what's that called, Yosh? It's getting listed or unlisted?
Well, referring to what? Sorry.
He said that rifle
Seriously,
is illegal for him to purchase. That means it's getting unlisted or it gets listed when a gun is.
Well, so we gotta delineate between talking about rifles and talking about handguns.
He said a Scar.
Yeah, so he's talking about a rifle. So you know, as long as in California, as long as they quote unquote featureless rifle, which that's a whole other discussion.
Come back.
You can buy it. We
Come
do
back.
have a handgun
You can
roster.
do this. It's your world. It's Jay's show.
Is it considered listed or unlisted?
You the
Well,
captain.
like I said, in California, it depends on the configuration of the firearm.
You the captain now.
Right, but that was the question. The terminology when it's legal to buy, does that mean it's rostered or unrostered? I think it's the
unroster thing is just pertaining to handguns.
Trump.
Whether or not it's meeting the criteria for a featureless rifle is a different set of criteria, and they just call it a featureless
Trump
rifle.
J.
Otherwise, it's called an assault weapon, and then you have to register it as such.
Come back, it's Jay's
There's
show.
no such thing
You
as
the
an
captain
assault
now.
weapon.
Of course. Well, I've got a pencil I could use as an assault weapon.
Correct. A golf ball.
Use my hand.
I'm good with the spoon.
There you go.
Correct. Butter knife.
Great.
Support for the lead off on WGLT.
Maybe handles.
It's been nearly 2 months since the so-called Green Beautiful Bill was signed into law, and members of Illinois' largest public sector union say many people are just now starting to understand the consequences of the major domestic policy and spending bill. Here's WGLT's Eric Stock.
Union members of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Council 31 say the GOP's tax-cutting spending plan that's now law will bring devastating cuts to the Illinois State University community and beyond.
So a few select people did some serious shit when I mentioned that in another room. So
Yeah, you see the hooks on them? Those hooks are dangerous. If those hooks
That's a crochet. That's a crochet.
Oh, those are even more dangerous. You stick that thing in and pull something out, like that's horrible.
Yep.
The needle's a sharp pointy thing. They're made out of metal. Some of them.
Well, at least they're sterile, right? They're sterile.
don't let them get.
No, it's not a sterile needle.
It's not sterile.
Well, it can be. They're aluminum, I think.
No.
Right? Or what are
They have to be
They don't
processed.
rust.
They can
They have
be
to be
aluminum.
processed.
They can be wooden. They can be aluminum. They could be whatever. There's a lot of
Could
different.
be made out of elephant tusk. Who knows?
You have to.
That's illegal. You can't. That's ivory. Yeah, you better be careful there.
Yes, I think it would be.
You know what? Something, Yosh, I know he's around my age. These old things we had these old things, now we call paperweights, or concealed weapons. They only have 4 holes in them, and a lot of us men wore them. Now we just wear them as paperweights or have them on our desk or belt buckles. I did not know they can fall under CPWs in other states. You wore them around your knuckles. If you know, you know.
were sold as paperweights when we were young. Because even back then, I think they were frowned upon or illegal.
Yeah, it's crazy as hell. I'm just sitting here searching last night. I'm sitting at work. Say, well, no, that can fall under certain state licensure under CPWs.
What brought you out today? Well, just a little.
Our favorite part about the Corn Fest is our family's got a long history of it. We've been doing this long.
That's why you put it on a
Just a little. They're magical. They're beautiful.
There is no challenges. We can push going through. It's a beautiful day.
Just a snap buckle. If you know, you know. Or just have them on your desk and just, you know, keep papers down so they don't blow away your family. Right, that's all.
Conversation piece.
Correct. Correct. In the old Yost and Wallace, remember the old light jacks?
Yeah, those are illegal in a lot of places, but
crazy.
Very small, concealable, very effective.
Yeah, they still show videos online of people making them, and it's hilarious because the ideas they have of, oh, have you ever, you know, they call it something else, of course, and oh, the great use of this, and then when you think in your head, oh my gosh, what do you do?
But I think it's more, I think you get more in trouble if they catch Led Zeppelin inside of it. You're going to be in trouble. Because if Led Zeppelin inside of those things.
Right, or how?
First, I said, you get a milky new cow tied over a few things, you're good. Wink, wink.
Of the church that killed looked like 9 parishioners.
That's on your state.
He talked about how.
Yeah, as kids, we used to have fun making all kinds of different stuff to find out later, like, what do you mean I can't hang it on my wall? Yeah. It's like, shit. I just considered it bushcraft, right?
Yeah. Like you can't even go get a piece of iron out of the barn and go get an antler. If that blade is too long, or they will go from the shaft of the antler, you're screwed. Just making a craft, you're screwed.
That's why you do the rocking chairs. Just build a good rocking chair.
Sit there with your apple out there and just carve it. You old man.
Speaking of rocking chairs, you guys seen the whole fiasco with Cracker Barrel?
Yeah, they went back.
Speaking of rocking chairs, where else is that conversation?
I did not want to talk about that. I was trying to dodge that for the thing,
bro. That was a smooth segue.
I was trying to dodge that one. I'm sorry about that.
Hey, you want to know something even weirder? I've been standing rocking chairs for 2 days now while I've been listening to this.
The
shorter version of it.
Didn't they?
What do you guys think about that? Taking, was it 52 years? I think they had the same.
that same way with me. Everybody always, as soon as I fucking start talking, niggas is offended.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Because like he was like, oh, I don't care about this. It's like clearly we know that. Like,
you guys don't care about 7th. But why do they think that someone like me cares?
Bruce, you don't care about 7th of October? You don't care about 7th of October?
We are way, I'm sorry, we are way past this point, bro.
I care about October 6th,
7th.
October 5th, October 3rd, October 2nd, October 1st, September 30th.
Whatever happened. Everything that's happened since, yeah, it's not.
You guys don't care about 7th of October? I can't believe.
I'm not being held hostage to a fucking.
I can't believe the 7th of October, bro.
I'm not being held hostage.
She just said she don't give a shit about 7th of October.
I don't. You don't hold me hostage to it. None of you.
I'm just kidding, Maurice. I'm just kidding. I was in it. Trolling, man.
October 7th. What is this allyship? What is this? This is
you heard Amir?
Allyship.
You heard Amir?
There's a difference between allyship and
the 7th of October?
Yeah, I was eating a Philly cheesesteak on October 7th.
Do you know what, yeah? Like, 1,200 people of mine died in this Israel-Iran war, yeah? Like, no one ever talk about
More
that.
than I opened up rooms for it, so why didn't you come to my room?
I know, but the thing
you know how many people showed up in here? 80 to 90 people, Barissa. 80 to 90 people showed up, and do you know the Baraza Pahlavi supporters? They justified the killing of innocent Iranian children. I had to smack them. I'm like, shut the fuck up. What you on about?
Right? The thing is, yeah, at the end of the day, what the Palestinian people have been going through, like none of our pain will ever compare to that, right? It's happening in 4K, live stream some of it, right in front of our very eyes. Like, they need to shut up about their talking points. I'm actually tired of it. I've got fatigue. I'm sorry, I have fatigue. I cannot be bothered.
You have a Persian fatigue? You have a Persian fatigue?
Huh?
You have a Persian fatigue?
About what? Persian fatigue?
Yeah, do you have
I
Persian?
love Iran. I love.
So there's a guy in this in the hallway. His name is JB. He came out of the closet. He didn't know he was a Zionist before. He didn't know he was a Jew. Nobody knew that he was a Jew. After 7th of October, he came out of the closet that he's a Jew. And guess what?
A little sleeper cell, clubhouse.
Yeah, he's from the healthy debates. And guess what? He opened up a room on black fatigue. Then he opened up a room on white fatigue. And then now, I'm like, let me see if I can try this Persian fatigue. What would be the Persian? And then the room went on for about 4, 5, 6 hours. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Wait, so he really isn't.
Bro, healthy debates, right? Healthy debates. Yeah, I didn't know this.
Wait, so he said he's Italian, then he said he's Jewish. Like, what the fuck? But you know what? He sound like one though. When you hear him speak, he sound like a New Yorker too, man.
He is from New York.
And he is Jewish. We need to have some objective morality. Like, we all need to agree what is right, what is wrong. There's no grey area in between. We shouldn't stand for anything bad happening to any other people. Yeah, cool. But this whole
massive organization.
Speaking to the choir, everybody knows that. Okay, not interesting.
Yeah. So that simply means that it doesn't really matter what side of the seesaw you're on, you fucking dumbass, because
everyone knows that. Not interesting.
The group that owns the seesaw is the one that's actually running your fucking country. So
everyone knows that. Not interesting.
Why? So no, it's not Christians. Christians are they're subservient to this group. Anyway, the point still stands, though. We don't have, as the brother was saying, as black people, you don't really have anybody that's representing you. They're not representing America. They're representing their interests. And it doesn't matter what side of the coin you flip. Still,
not interesting. We all